Okay, what is this?
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hello. Please let me know if you can see and hear us.
Loiter.
Oh. Seasons, greetings.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Recent
Check
seasons.
1, check 2.
We have picture.
Echo.
We do have picture. If somebody in chat will please let us know if we have sound.
Indeed. Hello. Welcome.
It sounded okay to me when I tuned into the channel.
I can hear us. I think we're good.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the third of these Christmas Carol live readings. Not exactly annually, but 2 years in a row anyway. Oh, good. Thank you, Gozer. They are seeing and hearing us. So please, everyone in the stream, welcome all my friends. Do you all want to introduce yourselves?
You might need to call on us so we have an order of that.
Yeah. Do it all at once. Chaos mode.
Everyone knows everything to do.
The one true anarchism.
Just everybody shout indiscriminately all at once.
Well,
leftists tearing each other apart.
Well, I am Sarah Azat, the Fat Culture Critic, and you all know because this is my channel. Scrooge, say hi.
Hi.
Already in character, I see.
I'm Kyle Calgren. I've been making YouTube videos, making online videos for over a decade now. There are 3 bags of English breakfast tea in this. I'm caffeinated. Let's do this. I'm in character.
Great. Okay, Fred.
Hello, I am Swolsome, or Fantastic Mr. Fox. I guess I'm kind of both names. It never really was clear. And I also make YouTube videos. And yeah, happy to be here. Happy to be Fred.
And
Hey, Fred.
And Fred's wife, and also Fezziwig.
I am the Fred's adequate but unnamed wife. And I'm also Jesse Gender. Hello. I am also a person who makes videos and dances for people's amusement on the interwebs. I am excited to be here, and I guarantee I will be most adequate.
Thank you for taking a break from making a film.
Quite literally, as soon as I finish, I'm going back to that. So it's been a day, but I'm excited to be here. It's a nice break.
Okay, and also in the first scene, Adnan is the unnamed charitable gentleman.
Hi, I'm Adnan, just about everywhere online. I'm a Twitch streamer, self-published comic author with my best friend. And I just kind of hang out with everybody. So that's everybody here. You've probably seen me or heard my voice at some point or another.
Who else have we got in the first scene? Bob Cratchit is very bothered today.
Yes. Hi, everybody. I am Bothered Boy. I allegedly make videos on YouTube, just haven't done it in a while because you know how it goes. And I have been cast as Bothered Bob Cratchit. And if you donate to the lovely charities that we've listed and pinned in the chat, I will do a Canadian Bob Cratchit line reading at the end of the stream. So, you know, if you want to hear some real Canadian talk here, bud, it's the day for you there, eh?
Okay, and we don't have our Marley's ghost yet. They will arrive later, so we will go to the ghost of Christmas past. Step forward.
Hello, I'm Adam Fellows, creator of the Anarchy Funhouse, Adventures of Adam and Delilah, and the upcoming It's Late Night with Angela Faye. I'm here in the new set for it. Yes. You can find me at Adam Fellows on YouTube and everywhere else. And thank you, Sarah, for inviting me.
It is Sarah.
Sorry, my apologies.
It's okay. It happens. And young Scrooge.
Howdy, y'all. My name is Josh Gosden. I co-host Muppet Sex and Trauma with Sarah. And I'm just delighted to be a variety of young capitalist businessmen and one poor boy.
And we also have young Fanny.
Yes, my name is Vera Wylde. I do way too much. The very short version is, if you look for Council of Geeks, you'll find my geeky stuff, mostly here on YouTube. And if you look for Vera Wylde, you'll find the spicy stuff. So that should do you okay.
And then we have Belle, who's also in Christmas Past.
Hello, I am Ren the Barbarian. I make videos about pop culture, including analysis of old Star Trek episodes, and I'm also a self-published writer, and I'm really happy to be here.
Thanks. I think we need someone in doing... Ren is also doing the modding. Is anyone else willing to help out? Because we had somebody being rude, apparently. Sorry. The fun of live streaming.
I can help a little. I can help a little bit too.
Keep going.
If you give me a wrench.
Yeah, I can as well.
Yeah, I can be on top of that too.
I got them. Yeah, Mandy, you have a wrench. I think 2 of you is good.
Yeah, I can also start once I catch up with chat.
Whoever's not
There we
in
are.
a scene, which will be easier when we're not all on screen.
Mhm.
Right. So where were we in introductions? Sorry. I think
We just did Ren.
Right. So I think that's it for Christmas Past, and we have our Ghost of Christmas Present. And we didn't get to do a mic check.
Uh-oh.
You
You can't hear.
we
Oh,
can't
no.
hear.
Oh, no.
Nothing.
This is the other reason for doing this. Mic check.
Corin.
I can tell what he's saying, but I can't hear.
He's been silenced.
This
Well,
is what happens when you're a ghost.
Nope.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Big baby Jesus, let's fucking go. Okay. I listen, like, as a person that really likes to talk, like when I'm silenced, oh my god, I feel like Elon Musk when he can't say when people say sis. Bless up all of my big envy them, women them, and man them. My name is Foreign, but actually my new name, I just misnamed myself. I'm Ghost of Christmas Present. Fair warning, I have absolutely no bearing with this Dickens. So this will be really interesting for me. Very funny for everybody else. I'm pleasant. I'm delighted to be here. Big up to all of yourselves. I see so many beautiful people on screen. I'll shut up now. I talk a lot.
You don't talk too much. A lot is fine. And yeah, the Ghost of Christmas Present is supposed to be a big presence. So I had to have Big Body Foreign. Who is next? With Mrs. Cratchit. Stave,
Yes, that's
step up.
me. Hello, everybody. I am mainly Mandy. I also have a YouTube channel, mostly talking about polyamory, but I talk about other things too because, like Foreign, I also like to talk a lot. I also do other various things. I've been on Muppet Sex and Trauma. I pop up in other people's videos. If you're ever in the local Portland, Maine scene, I also do stand-up comedy, so you can see me live if you're ever in Maine. And I'm super excited to be doing this again this year. This is great.
Great. And Tiny Tim?
Hello, I'm Danny. I go by Polysyllable Film Critic for most of my socials and on YouTube. And if you hear me being a bit rough and chesty, it's because I'm getting into character, not because I'm recovering from a chest infection.
Right. Yes. Poor little inspiration porn Victorian child.
Yep.
Okay, and the other Cratchit, we have, I think it's, I'm forgetting the characters myself. But Zilla, you're one of the Cratchit girls.
Yes, I am
Martha,
playing
that's it.
Martha Cratchit. My name is Zilla Black, and you can find me at Zilla's Athenaeum on YouTube and also on Twitch at Zillable. Also on every platform I'm on at Zillable, like syllable, but with a Z. Womp womp. So I make a lot of YouTube videos about education and ancient history and linguistics and that kind of thing. And my Twitch is all gaming, Archeo gaming, which is, looking at video games with ancient studies content and talking about that. So, hi, it's lovely to be here. Thank you, Sarah, for inviting me again. I look forward to this every year.
I think we're still having a little difficulty getting one more person in the stream, but so I think the rest of you are also Cratchit children along with other characters. So Allie, do you want to go first?
Yeah. Oh man, I hate introducing myself. I never know who I am. I'm Allie Nadi. I'm an Anishinaabe writer. I usually talk about Indian stuff. Oh God, please delete this. I look like hot shit right now just because I didn't know we were going to be filming this.
You look wonderful.
You're doing great, sweetie.
You're very sweet. And I have no memory of I don't know, confirming this. I was like, oh, okay, I guess I'm reading this. Okay, I guess I'm recording it. Okay, I guess I'm recording it with my face showing. But yeah, that's me.
And you look great and you're doing great. And thank you for saying yes.
Okay.
I'm sure you did. I think you said yes.
Maybe. I don't remember.
Just showed up here for the kicks.
I took it as a yes. And Sam.
Hello, I'm Samantha Duke. I do the Silver Samaritan channel on YouTube, or I did, and it's still there, and I might go back to it one day. I've been making music and fighting mental illness, blah 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 blah, and I am an unnamed mother and a couple of the Cratchit kids. Thank you for making me a part of this.
Caroline. She's Dickens mostly leaves the women unnamed, but she got a name. So yeah, Dickens is fun. So hopefully Bellamy will get. Bellamy is supposed to be Marley's ghost. They are awesome, and hopefully they will arrive in time to be Marley's ghost.
They're just being in character.
Yes.
You're gonna spookily just appear out of nowhere when it's time.
We have to wait for the clock chimes.
Bella is a method actor, so I mean it makes perfect sense that they're taking their time. In fact, here we are.
Bellamy! Yay!
There they are. Their ears were burning.
There we go. Bellamy, you can introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm here. Finally. My fucking computer almost decided to just not fucking work, but hi, I'm Bellamy. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look who's on island time now, Bellamy.
I will fight you. I will absolutely
they will
fight you. I am known to do that.
Chad, if we get enough donations, Bellamy and Forum will fight at the end.
I will donate all the money right now. I don't want to
No, see, all right, no, hold on. No. I did not say that I would fight foreign for money. That is against my principles. I will fight foreign because I want to.
I will fight foreign.
It's for charity, but it's for charity.
Okay, Bellamy is being modest, but if you like a video on YouTube, there's a 50-50 chance they consulted on it. So
Accurate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dabs.
It's really good to see you, Bellamy.
Hello.
Yeah, it's been a while.
If you don't talk yourself up, I will.
Well, life has been life. We'll say that. That's what we'll call it.
Mood.
So, thank you everybody for joining us for this reading of this crazy fairy tale where we pretend that a capitalist could actually, face accountability and change. It's a fairy tale.
And the Christmas
they
miracle.
did it. They did it in Metropolis. It could probably happen again.
Oh no, my pants
Muppets
are
help.
untied.
But it's a good story. I love it because I like the idea that it is always possible to change if you do the work. So, yeah.
It's true.
And I think it's especially a good message at Christmas, and especially a good message when we are wanting to raise some money to help some folks who are facing genocide. So, yeah, we've got there's two donation links. It's links because my channel isn't big enough to have a fundraising button, but I've got a link in there for the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund, who do long-term good work trying to get medical care to kids in Gaza and the West Bank. And then there's also a mutual aid coffee link for a mother with kids trying to survive in Gaza right now, Noor. So if you prefer to give to mutual aid, there's your mutual aid person. If you prefer to give to charity, there's your charity option. Or you can always do both. So hopefully you'll enjoy the performance enough to, help some folks who need it. So, I guess with that we will get sorted to start the stream. Start the reading the thing. So.
Places, everybody?
Yes, places, everybody. Getting ready for curtain. If you're not in the scene, and the first scene is just me, so turn your cameras on when you are coming on stage. And I'm going to read Dickens' preference first, because I like it. I have endeavored in this ghostly little book to raise the ghost of an idea, which shall not put my readers out of humor with themselves, with each other, with the season, or with me. May it haunt their houses pleasantly, and may no one wish and no one wish to lay it. Charles Dickens. Marley was dead to begin with. There is no doubt whatever about that. The register of his burial was signed by the clergyman, the clerk, the undertaker, and the chief mourner. Scrooge signed it, and Scrooge's name was good upon change for anything he chose to put his hand to. Old Marley was as dead as a doornail. Mind, I don't mean to say that I know of my own knowledge what there is particularly dead about a doornail. I might have been inclined myself to regard a coffin nail as the deadest piece of ironmongery in the trade. But the wisdom of our ancestors is in the simile, and my unhallowed hands shall not disturb it. Or the country's done for. You will therefore permit me to repeat emphatically that Marley was as dead as a doornail. Scrooge knew he was dead. Of course he did. How could it be otherwise? Scrooge was his sole executor, his sole administrator, his sole assign, his sole residuary legatee, his sole friend and sole mourner. And even Scrooge was not so dreadfully cut up about the sad event, but that he was an excellent man of business on the very day of the funeral, and solemnized it with an undoubted bargain. The mention of Marley's funeral brings me back to the point I started from. There is no doubt that Marley was dead. This must be This must be distinctly understood, or nothing wonderful can come of the story. Scrooge never painted out old Marley's name. There it stood, years afterwards, above the warehouse door. Scrooge and Marley. The firm was known as Scrooge and Marley. Sometimes people new to the business called Scrooge Scrooge, sometimes Marley. But he answered to both names. It was all the same to him. Oh, but he was a tight-fisted hand to the grindstone, Scrooge. A squeezing, wrenching, grasping, scraping, clutching, covetous old sinner. Hard and sharp as flint, from which no steel has ever struck out generous fire. Secret and self-contained. As solitary as an oyster. The cold within him froze his old features, nipped his pointed nose, shriveled his cheek, stiffened his gait, made his eyes red, his thin lips blue, and spoke out shrewdly in his grating voice. A frosty rime was on his head, and on his eyebrows, and his wiry chin. He carried his own low temperature always about with him. He iced his office in the dog days, and didn't thaw 1 degree at Christmas. External heat and cold had little influence on Scrooge. No warmth could warm, no wintry weather chill him. No wind that blew was bitterer than him. No falling snow was more intent upon its purpose. No pelting rain less open to entreaty. Foul weather didn't know where to have him. The heaviest rain and snow and hail and sleet could boast of the advantage over him in only one respect. They often came down handsomely, and Scrooge never did. Nobody ever stopped him in the street to say with gladsome looks, "My dear Scrooge, how are you? When will you come to see me?" No beggars implored him to bestow a trifle. No children asked him what it was o'clock. No man or woman ever once in all his life inquired the way to such and such a place of Scrooge. Even the blind men's dogs appeared to know him, and when they saw him coming, would tug their owners into doorways or up courts, and then would wag their tails as though they said, "No eye at all is better than an evil eye, dark master." But what did Scrooge care? It was the very thing he liked, to edge his way along the crowded paths of life, warning all human sympathy to keep its distance, was what the knowing one called nuts to him. Once upon a time, of all the good days in the year, on Christmas Eve, old Scrooge sat busy in his counting house. It was cold, bleak, biting weather, foggy withal, and he could hear the people in the court outside go wheezing up and down, beating their hands upon their breasts, and stamping their feet upon the pavement stones to warm them. The city clocks had only just gone 3, but it was quite dark already. It had not been light all day. The candles were flaring in the windows of the neighboring offices, like ruddy smears upon the palpable brown air. The fog came pouring in at every chink and keyhole. It was so dense without that although the court was of the narrowest, the houses opposite were mere phantoms. To see the dingy cloud come drooping down, obscuring everything, one might have thought that nature lived hard by, and was brewing on a large scale. The door of Scrooge's counting house was open, that he might keep his eye upon his clerk, who in a dismal little cell beyond, a sort of tank, was copying letters. Scrooge had a very small fire, but the clerk's fire was so much smaller that it looked like 1 coal, but he couldn't replenish it, for Scrooge kept the coal box in his own room, and so surely as the clerk came in with the shovel, the master predicted that it would be necessary for them to part. Wherefore the clerk put on his white comforter and tried to warm himself at the candle, in which effort, not being a man of strong imagination, he failed.
A Merry Christmas, Uncle. God save you.
Cried a cheerful voice. It was the voice of Scrooge's nephew, who came upon him so quickly that this was the first intimation he had of his approach.
Humbug!
He had so heated himself with rapid walking in the fog and frost, this nephew of Scrooge's, that he was all in a glow. His face was ruddy and handsome, his eyes sparkled, and his breath smoked again.
Christmas a humbug, Uncle? You don't mean that, I'm sure.
I do. Merry Christmas. What right have you to be merry? What reason have you to be merry? You're poor enough.
Come then. What right have you to be dismal? What reason have you to be so morose? You're rich enough.
Scrooge, having no better answer ready on the spur of the moment, said, "Bah," again, and followed it up with,
Humbug!
Don't be cross, Uncle.
What else can I be when I live in such a world of fools as this? Merry Christmas! Out upon Merry Christmas. What's Christmas time to you but a time for paying bills without money, time for finding yourself a year older but not an hour richer, time for balancing your books and having every item in them through a round dozen of months presented dead against you? If I could work my will, every idiot who goes about with Merry Christmas on his lips should be boiled with his own pudding and buried with a stake of holly through his heart. He should.
Uncle!
Nephew. Keep Christmas in your own way and let me keep it in mine.
Keep it, but you don't keep it.
Let me leave it alone then. Much good may it do you. Much good it has ever done you.
There are many things from which I might have derived good, by which I have not profited, I dare say. Christmas among the rest, but I am sure that I have always thought of Christmas time, when it has come round, apart from the veneration due to its sacred name and origin, if anything belonging to it can be apart from that, as a good time. A kind, forgiving, charitable, pleasant time. The only time I know of in the long calendar of the year when men and women seem by one consent to open their shut-up hearts freely, and to think of the people below them as if they really were fellow passengers to the grave, and not another race of creatures bound on other journeys. And therefore, Uncle, though it has never put a scrap of gold or silver in my pocket, I believe it has done me good, and will do me good, and I say, God bless it.
The clerk in the tank involuntarily applauded, becoming immediately sensible of the impropriety he poked. Sorry. The clerk in the tank involuntarily applauded, becoming immediately sensible of the impropriety. He poked the fire and extinguished the last frail spark forever.
Let me hear another sound from you, and you'll keep your Christmas by losing your situation. You're quite a powerful speaker, sir. I wonder you didn't go into Parliament.
Don't be angry, Uncle. Come, dine with us tomorrow.
Scrooge said that he would see him. Yes, indeed, he did. He went the whole length of the expression and said that he would see him in that extremity first.
But why? Why?
Why did you get married?
Because I fell in love.
You fell in love.
Growled Scrooge as if it was the only thing in the world more ridiculous than a Merry Christmas.
Good afternoon.
Nay, Uncle, but you never come see me before that happened. Why give it a reason for not coming now?
Good afternoon.
I want nothing from you. I ask nothing of you. Why cannot we be friends?
Good afternoon.
I am sorry, with all my heart, to find you so resolute. We have never had any quarrel to which I have been party. But I have made this trial in homage to Christmas, and I'll keep my Christmas humor to the last. So, a Merry Christmas, Uncle.
Good afternoon.
And a Happy New Year.
Good afternoon!
His nephew left the room without an angry word notwithstanding. He stopped at the outer door to bestow greetings of the season on the clerk, who, as cold as he was warmer than Scrooge. for he returned them cordially.
There's another fellow. My clerk with 15 shillings a week and a wife and a family. Talking about a Merry Christmas. I'll retire to Bedlam.
This lunatic, in letting Scrooge's nephew out, had let 2 other people in. They were portly gentlemen, pleasant to behold, and now stood with their hats off in Scrooge's office. They had books and papers in their hands and bowed to him.
Scrooge and Marley's, I believe,
said one of the gentlemen, referring to his list.
Have I the pleasure of addressing Mr. Scrooge or Mr. Marley?
Mr. Marley has been dead these 7 years. He died 7 years ago. This very
We
night.
have no doubt his liberality is well represented by his surviving partner.
It certainly was, for they had been 2 kindred spirits. At the word liberality, Scrooge frowned and shook his head and handed the credentials back.
At this festive season of the year, Mr. Scrooge, it is more than usually desirable that we should make some slight provision for the poor and destitute who suffer greatly at this present time. Many thousands are in want of common necessities. Hundreds of thousands are in want of common comfort, sir.
Are there no prisons?
Plenty of prisons.
And the union workhouses, are they still in operation?
They are, still. I wish I could say they were not.
The treadmill and the poor law are in full vigor then?
Both very busy, sir.
Oh! I was afraid. From what you said at first, that something had occurred to stop them in their useful course. I'm very glad to hear it.
Under the impression that they scarcely furnish Christmas cheer of mind or body to the multitude. A few of us are endeavoring to raise a fund to buy the poor some meat and drink, a means of warmth. We choose this time because it is a time of all others when want is keenly felt and abundance rejoices. What shall I put you down for?
Nothing.
You wish to be anonymous?
I wish to be left alone. Since you asked me what I wish, gentlemen, that is my answer. I don't make myself merry at Christmas, and I can't afford to make idle people merry. I help to support the establishments I've mentioned. They cost enough, and those who are badly off must go there.
Well, many can't go there, and many would rather die.
If they would rather die, they had better do it. Decrease the surplus population. Besides, excuse me, I don't know that.
But you might know it.
It's not my business. It's enough for a man to understand his own business and to not interfere with other people's. Mine occupies me constantly. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Seeing clearly that it would be useless to pursue their point, the gentleman withdrew. Scrooge resumed his labors with an improved opinion of himself, and in a more facetious temper than was usual with him. Meanwhile, the fog and darkness thickened, so that people ran around with flaring links, proffering their services to go before horses and carriages and conduct them on their way.
The ancient tower. Oh, is that me?
Nope.
Oh, okay, that's crossed out. Okay, sorry.
Foggier yet and colder, piercing, searching, biting cold. The owner, if the good St. Dunstan had but nipped the evil spirit's nose with a touch of such weather as that, instead of his familiar weapons, then indeed he would have roared to a lusty purpose. The owner of one scant young nose, gnawed and mumbled by the hungry cold as bones are gnawed by dogs, stooped down at Scrooge's keyhole to regale him with a Christmas carol. But at the first sound of
Wait, it's not me, right? It's me?
No, it's not you, it's Ren.
Okay, thank God.
Live theater, folks. But at the first sound of
God rest ye merry gentlemen, may nothing you dismay.
Scrooge seized a ruler with such energy of action that the singer fled in terror, leaving the keyhole to the fog and even more congenial frost. At length the hour of shutting up the counting-house arrived. With an ill will, Scrooge dismounted from his stool and tacitly admitted the fact to the expectant clerk in the tank, who instantly snuffed his candle out and put on his hat. You'll want all day tomorrow, I suppose. Oh, sorry.
You'll want all day tomorrow, I suppose.
If quite convenient, sir.
It's not convenient. And it's not fair. If I was to stop a half-crown for it, you'd think yourself ill-used, I'll be bound.
The clerk smiled faintly.
And yet you don't think me ill-used when I pay a day's wages for no work?
The clerk observed that it was only once a year.
Poor excuse for picking a man's pocket every 25th of December. But I suppose you must have the whole day. Be here all the earlier the next morning.
The clerk promised he would, and Scrooge walked out with a growl. The office was closed in a twinkling, and the clerk, with the long ends of his white comforter dangling below his waist, for he boasted no greatcoat, went down a slide on Cornhill at the end of the Lane of Boys, 20 times in honor of it being Christmas Eve, and then ran off home to Camden Town, as hard as he could pelt, to play at blindman's buff. Scrooge took his melancholy dinner in his usual melancholy tavern, and having read all the newspapers and beguiled the rest of the evening with his banker's book, went home to bed. He lived in chambers which once belonged to his deceased partner. They were a gloomy suite of rooms, in a lowering pile of building, up a yard where it had so little business to be that one could scarcely help fancying that it must have run there when it was a young house, playing at hide-and-seek with other houses, and forgotten the way out again. It was old enough now and dreary enough, for nobody lived in it but Scrooge, the other rooms being all let out as offices. The yard was so dark that even Scrooge, who knew its every stone, was faint to grope with hands. The fog and frost so hung about the black old gateway of the house that it seemed as if the genius of the weather sat in the mournful meditation on the threshold. Now, it is a fact that there was nothing at all peculiar about the knocker on the door, except that it was very large. It is also a fact that Scrooge had seen it, night and morning, during his whole residence in that place, and Scrooge had as little of what is called fancy about him as any man in the city of London, even including, which is a bold word, the corporation, alderman, and livery. Let it alone be borne in mind that Scrooge has not bestowed one thought on Marley since his last mention of his 7 years dead partner that afternoon. And then let any man explain to me, if he can, how it happened that Scrooge, having his key in the lock of the door, saw in the knocker, without its undergoing any intermediate process of change, not a knocker, but Marley's face. Marley's face. It was not an impenetrable shadow as the other objects in the yard were, but had a dismal light about it, like a bad lobster in a dark cellar. It was not angry or ferocious, but looked at Scrooge as Marley used to look, with ghostly spectacles turned up on its ghostly forehead. The hair was curiously stirred, as if by breath or hot air, and though the eyes were wide open, they were perfectly motionless. That in its livid color made it horrible, but its horror seemed to be in spite of the face beyond its control, rather than a part of its own expression. As Scrooge looked fixedly at the phenomenon, it was a knocker again. To say that he was not startled, or that his blood was not conscious of the terrible sensation to which it had been a stranger from infancy, would be untrue. But he put his hand upon the key he had relinquished, turned it steadily, walked in, and lighted his candle. He did pause with a moment's irresolution before he shut the door, and he did look cautiously behind it first, as if he half expected to be terrified with the sight of Marley's pigtail sticking out into the hall. But there was nothing on the back of the door except the screws and nuts that held the knocker on, and so he said,
"Who?
And closed it with a bang. The sound resounded through the house like thunder. Every room above and every cask in the wine merchant's cellar below appeared to have a separate peal of echoes of its own. Scrooge was not a man to be frightened by echoes. He fastened the door and walked across the hall and up the stairs, slowly trimming his candle as he went. Up Scrooge went, not caring a button for the darkness. Darkness is cheap, and Scrooge liked it. But before he shut his heavy door, he walked through his rooms to see if all was right. He had just enough recollection of that face to desire to do that. Sitting room, bedroom, lumber room, all as they should be. Nobody under the table, nobody under the sofa. A small fire in the grate, spoon and basin ready, and a little saucepan of gruel. Scrooge had a cold in his head upon the hob. Nobody under the bed, nobody in the closet, nobody in his dressing gown, which was hanging up on suspicious attitude against the wall. Lumber room was as usual, old fire guards, old shoes, 2 fish baskets, walking stand on 3 legs, and a poker. Quite satisfied, he closed his door and locked himself in, double-locked himself in, which was not his custom. Thus secured against surprise, he took off his cravat, put on his dressing gown and slippers and his nightcap, and sat down before the fire to take his gruel. It was a very low fire indeed. Nothing on such a bitter night. He was obliged to sit close to it and brood over it, before he could extract the least sensation of warmth from such a handful of fuel. The fireplace was an old one, built by some Dutch merchant long ago, and paved all round with quaint Dutch tiles designed to illustrate the scriptures. There were Cains and Abels, Pharaoh's daughters, queens of Sheba, angelic messengers descended through the air on clouds like leather beds. Abraham's, Belshazzar's, apostles putting off to sea in butter boats, hundreds of figures to attract his thoughts, and yet that face of Marley, 7 years dead, came like ancient prophet's rod and swallowed up the whole. For if each smooth tile had been a blank at first, with power to shape some picture on its surface from the disjointed fragments of his thoughts, there would have been a copy of old Marley's head on each one.
Humbug.
After several turns he sat down again. As he threw his head back in his chair, his glance happened to rest upon a bell, a disused bell that hung on the wall, and communicated for some purpose, now forgotten, with a chamber in the highest story of the building. It was with great astonishment, and with a strange, inexplicable dread, that he looked, and he saw that this bell began to swing. It swung so softly in the onset that it scarcely made a sound. But soon it rang out loudly, and so did every bell in the house. This might have lasted a minute, half a minute, but it seemed an hour. The bells ceased as they had begun together. They were succeeded by a clanking noise, deep down below, as if some person were dragging a heavy chain over the casks in the wine merchant's cellar. Scrooge then remembered to have heard that ghosts in haunted houses were described as dragging chains. The cellar door flew open with a booming sound, and then he heard the noise much louder on the floors below, and then coming up the stairs, then coming straight towards his door.
It's humbug still. I won't believe it.
His color changed, though, when, without a pause, it came on through a heavy door and passed into the room before his eyes. Upon its coming in, the dying flame leaped up, and though he cried,
I know him! It's Marley's ghost!
And fell again. The same face, the very same. Marley in his pigtail, usual waistcoat, tights, and boots, the tassel on the latter bristling like his pigtail, and his coat skirts and the hair upon his head. The chain he drew was clasped around his middle. It was long and wound about him like a tail. It was made, for Scrooge observed it closely, of cash boxes, keys, padlocks, ledgers, deeds, and heavy purses wrought in steel. His body was transparent, so that Scrooge, observing him and looked through the waistcoat, could see the 2 buttons on his coat behind. Scrooge had often heard it said that Marley had no bowels, but he had never believed it until now. No, nor did he believe it even now, though he looked the phantom through and saw it standing before him, though he felt the chilling influence of its death-cold eyes, and marked the very texture of the folded kerchief bound about its head and chin, which wrapper he had not observed before. He was still incredulous, and fought against his senses.
How now? What do you want with me?
Much.
Who are you?
Ask me who I was.
Who were you then? You're particular. For a shade.
He was going to say to a shade, but substituted this for as more appropriate.
In life, I was your partner, Jacob Marley.
Can you sit down?
I can.
Do it then.
Scrooge asked the question because he didn't know whether a ghost so transparent might find himself in a condition to take a chair, and felt that in the event of it being impossible, it might involve the necessity of an embarrassing explanation. But the ghost sat down on the opposite side of the fireplace, as if he were quite used to it.
You don't believe in me.
I don't.
What evidence would you have of my reality beyond that of your senses?
I don't know.
Why do you doubt your senses?
Because a little thing affects them. A slight disorder of the stomach makes them cheats. You may be an undigested bit of beef, a blot of mustard, a crumb of cheese, a fragment of an underdone potato. There's more of gravy than of grave about you, whatever you are.
Scrooge was not much in the habit of cracking jokes, nor did he feel in his heart by any means waggish then. The truth is that he tried to be smart, as a means of distracting his own attention, and keeping down his terror, for the spectre's voice disturbed the very marrow of his bones. To sit staring at those fixed eyes in silence for a moment would play, Scrooge felt, the very deuce with him. There was something very awful, too, in the spectre's being provided with an infernal atmosphere of its own. Scrooge could not feel it himself, but this was clearly the case, for though the ghost sat perfectly motionless, its hair and skirts and tassels were still agitated as by the hot vapor from an oven.
You see this toothpick?
Said Scrooge, returning quickly to the charge for the reason just assigned, and wishing, though that it were only for a second, to divert this vision's stony gaze from himself.
I do,
But you are not looking at it.
but I see it, notwithstanding.
Well, I have but to swallow this and be for the rest of my days persecuted by a legion of goblins, all of my own creation. Humbug! I tell you, humbug!
At this, the spirit raised a frightful cry and shook its chains with such a dismal and appalling noise that Scrooge held tight to his chair to save himself from falling into a swoon. But how much greater was his horror when the phantom, taking off the bandage round its head, as if it were too warm to wear indoors, and its lower jaw dropped onto its breast. Scrooge fell to his knees and clasped his hands before his face.
Mercy! Dreadful apparition, why do you trouble me?
Man of the worldly mind, do you believe in me or not?
I do. I must. But why do spirits walk the earth? And why do they come to me?
It is required of every man that the spirit within him should walk abroad among his fellow men, and travel far and wide. And if that spirit goes not forth in life, it is condemned to do so after death. It is doomed to wander the world. Oh, woe is me, and witness what it cannot share. But it might have shared on earth, and turned to happiness.
Again the spectre raised a cry, and shook its chains and wrung its shadowy hands.
You are fettered. Tell me why.
I wear the chain I forged in life. I made it link by link and yard by yard. I girded it of my own free will, and of my own free will I wore it. Is its pattern strange to you?
Scrooge trembled more and more.
Or would you know the weight and length of the coil you bear yourself? It was full, as heavy and as long as this 7 Christmas Eves ago. You have labored on it since. It is a ponderous chain.
Scrooge glanced about him on the floor in the expectation of finding himself surrounded by some 50 or 60 fathoms of iron cable, but he could see nothing.
Jacob! Old Jacob Marley, please, tell me more. Speak comfort to me, Jacob.
I have none to give. It comes from other regions, Ebenezer Scrooge, and is conveyed by other ministers to other kinds of men. Nor can I tell you what I would. A very little more is all permitted to me. I cannot rest, I cannot stay, I cannot linger anywhere. My spirit never walked beyond our counting house. Mark me. In life, my spirit never roved beyond the narrow limits of our money-changing hole, and weary journeys lie before me.
It was a habit with Scrooge, whenever he became thoughtful, to put his hands in his breeches pockets. Pondering on what the ghost had said, he did so now, but without lifting his eyes or getting off his knees.
You must have been very slow about it, Jacob.
Scrooge observed, in a business-like manner, with humility and deference.
Slow.
7 years dead, and traveling all the time.
The whole time. No rest, no peace, incessant torture of remorse.
You travel fast.
On the wings of the wind.
You might have got over a great quantity of ground in 7 years.
The ghost, on hearing this, set up another cry and clanked its chains so hideously in the dead silence of the night that the ward would have been justified in indicting it for a nuisance.
Aye, captive bound and double ironed. Not to know that ages of incessant labor by immortal creatures for this earth must pass into eternity before the good of which it is susceptible is all developed. Not to know that any Christian spirit working kindly in its little sphere, whatever it may be, will find its mortal life too short for its vast means of usefulness. not to know that no space of regret can make amends for one's life opportunity misused. Yet such was I. Oh, such was I.
But you were always a good man of business, Jacob.
Faltered Scrooge, now beginning to apply this to himself.
Business! Mankind was my business. Common welfare was my business. Charity, mercy, forbearance, benevolence were all my business. The dealings of my trade were but a drop in the water of the comprehensive ocean of my business.
It held up its chains at arm's length as if they were the cause of all its unavailing grief, and flung it heavily upon the ground again.
At this time of the rolling year, I suffer most. Why did I walk through crowds of fellow beings with my eyes turned down and never raised them to that blessed star which led the wise men to poor abode? Were there no poor homes to which its light would have conducted me?
Scrooge was very much dismayed to hear the spectre going on at this rate, and began to quake exceedingly.
Hear me. My time is nearly gone.
I will. But don't be hard on me. Don't be flowery, Jacob. Pray.
How it is that I appear before you in a shape that you can see, I may not tell. I have sat invisible beside you many, many a day.
It was not an agreeable idea. Scrooge shivered and wiped the perspiration from his brow.
That is no light a part of my penance. I am here tonight to warn you that you have yet a chance and hope of escaping my fate, a chance and hope of my procuring Ebenezer.
You were always a good friend to me. Thank you.
You will be haunted by 3 spirits.
Scrooge's countenance fell almost as low as the ghosts had done.
Is that the chance and hope you mentioned, Jacob?
It is.
I think I'd rather not.
Without their visits, you cannot hope to shun the path I tread. Expect the first tomorrow when the bell tolls 1.
Couldn't I take them all at once and have it over, Jacob?
Expect the second on the night at the same hour. The third upon the night when the last stroke of 12 has ceased to vibrate. Look to see me no more, and look that, for your own sake, you remember what has passed between us.
When it had said all these words, the spectre took its wrapper from the table and bound it round its head as before. Scrooge knew this by the smart sound its teeth made when the jaws were brought together by the bandage. He ventured to raise his eyes again, and found his supernatural visitor confronting him in an erect attitude, with its chain wound over and about its arm. The apparition walked backwards from him, and at every step it took, the window raised itself a little, and when the spectre reached it, it was wide open. It beckoned Scrooge to approach, which he did. When they were within 2 paces of each other, Marley's ghost held it up in his hands, warning him not to come nearer. Scrooge stopped, not so much in obedience as in surprise and fear, for on the raising of the hand he became sensible of confusing noises in the air, incoherent sound of lamentation and regret, wailings inexpressibly sorrowful and self-accusatory. The spectre, after listening for a moment, joined in the mournful dirge, and floated out upon the bleak, dark night. Scrooge followed to the window, desperate in his curiosity. He looked out. The air was filled with phantoms, wandering hither and thither in a restless haste, and moaning as they went. Every night one of them wore chains. Every one of them wore chains like Marley's ghost. Some few, they might be guilty governments, were linked together, none were free. Many had been personally known to Scrooge in their lives. He had been quite familiar with one old ghost in a white waistcoat, with a monstrous iron safe attached to its ankles, who cried piteously at being unable to assist a wretched woman with an infant, whom it saw below upon a doorstep. The misery with them all was clearly, and that they sought to interfere for good in human matters, and had lost the power forever. Whether these creatures faded into mist, or mist enshrouded them, he could not tell, but they and their spirit voices faded altogether, and the night became as it had been when he walked home. Scrooge closed the window and examined the door by which the ghost had entered. It was double locked as he had locked it, with his own hands, and the bolts were undisturbed. He tried to say, but stopped at the first syllable, and being, from the emotion he had undergone, or the fatigues of the day, or his glimpse of the invisible world, or the dull conversation of the ghost, or the lateness of the hour, much in need of repose, he went straight to bed without undressing, and fell asleep upon the instant. Stave 2, the first of the three spirits. When Scrooge awoke, it was so dark that looking out of bed, he could scarcely distinguish the transparent window from the opaque walls of his chamber. He was endeavoring to pierce the darkness with his ferret eyes when the chimes of a neighboring church struck the 4 quarters, so he listened for the hour. To his great astonishment, the heavy bell went from 6 to 7, and from 7 to 8, and regularly up to 12, and then stopped. 12. It was past 2 when he went to bed. The clock was wrong. An icicle must have gotten its works. 12. He touched the spring of his repeater to correct this most preposterous clock. Its rapid little pulse beat 12 and stopped.
Why, it isn't possible that I can have slept through a whole day and far into another night. It isn't possible that anything has happened to the sun, and this is 12 at noon.
The idea being an alarming one, he scrambled out of bed and groped his way to the window. He was obliged to rub the frost off with his sleeve of his dressing gown before he could see anything, and could see very little then. All he could make out was that it was still very foggy and extremely cold, and that there was no noise of people running to and fro and making a great stir, as there unquestionably would have been if night had beaten off bright day and taken possession of the world. This was a great relief, because 3 days after sight of this first exchange to pay Mr. Ebenezer Scrooge of his order and so forth would have come to a mere United States security if there were no days to count by. Scrooge went to bed again, and thought it over and over, and could make nothing of it. The more he thought, the more perplexed he was, and the more he endeavored not to think, the more he thought. Marley's ghost bothered him exceedingly, for every time he resolved within himself, after mature inquiry, that it was all a dream, his mind flew back again, and like a strong spring released, to its first position, and presented the same problem to be worked all through. Was it a dream or not? Scrooge lay in this state until the chime had gone 3 quarters more, when he remembered, on a sudden, that the ghost had warned him of a visitation when the bell tolled 1. He resolved to lie awake until the hour was past, and considering that he could no more go to sleep than go to heaven, this was perhaps the wisest resolution in his power. The quarter was so long that he was more than once convinced that he must have sunk into a doze unconsciously, and missed the clock. At length it broke upon his listening ear. Ding dong.
Quarter past.
Ding dong.
Half past.
Ding dong.
The hour itself. And nothing else.
He spoke before the hour bell sounded, which it now did, with a deep, dull, hollow melancholy. 1. Light flashed up in the room upon the instant, and the curtains of his bed were drawn. The curtains of his bed were drawn aside, I tell you, by a hand. Not the curtains at his feet, nor the curtains at his back, but those to which his face was addressed. The curtains of his bed were drawn aside, and Scrooge, setting up from his half-recumbent attitude, found himself face to face with the unearthly visitor who drew them. As close to it as I am now to you, and I am standing in the spirit at your elbow. It was a strange figure, like a child, yet not like a child, as like an old man, viewed through some supernatural medium, which it gave the great appearance of having receded from the view, and being diminished to a child's proportions. Its hair, which hung about its neck and down its back, was white, as if with age, and yet the face had not a wrinkle on it, and the tenderest bloom was on its cheek. The arms were very long and muscular, the hands the same, as if its hold were of uncommon strength. Its legs and feet, most delicately formed, were, like those upper members, bare. It wore a tunic of the purest white, and round its waist was bound a lustrous belt, the sheen of which was beautiful. It held a branch of fresh green holly in its hand, and in singular contradiction of that wintry emblem, had its dress trimmed with summer flowers. But the strangest thing about it was that from the crown of its head there sprung a bright, clear jet of light, by which all this was visible, and which was doubtless the occasion of its using, in its duller moments, a great extinguisher for a cap, which it now held under its arm. Even this, though, when Scrooge looked at it with increasing steadiness, was not its strangest quality, for at its belt sparkled and glittered now in one part, now in another, what was light one instant, and at another time was dark. So the figure itself fluctuated in its distinctiveness, being now a thing with one arm, now a thing with one leg, now with 20 legs, now a pair of legs without a head, now a head without a body, which of dissolving parts no outline would be visible in the dense gloom wherein they melted away. And in the very wonder of this, it would be itself again distinct and clear as ever.
Are you the spirit whose coming was foretold to me?
I am.
The voice was soft and gentle, singularly low, as if instead of being so close behind him, it was at great distance.
Who and what are you?
I am the ghost of Christmas past.
Long past?
No, your past.
Perhaps Scrooge could not have told anyone why, if anybody could have asked him, why he had a special desire to see the spirit in his cap, and begged him to be covered.
What? Would you so soon put out with worldly hands the light I give? Is it not enough that you are one of those whose passion made this cap, and forced me through whole trains of years, it low upon my brow?
Scrooge reverentially disclaimed in all intention to offend, or any knowledge of having wilfully bonneted the spirit at any period of his life. He then made bold to inquire what business brought him here.
Your welfare.
Scrooge expressed him much obliged, but could not have helped thinking that at a night of unbroken rest would have been more conducive to that end. The spirit must have heard him thinking, for it said immediately,
Your reclamation, then. Take heed.
It put out its strong hands as it spoke, and clasped him gently by the arm.
Rise, and walk with me.
It would have been in vain for Scrooge to plead that the weather and the hour were not adapted to pedestrian purposes, that bed was warm, and the thermometer was a long way below freezing, that he was clad but lightly in his slippers, dressing gown, and nightcap, and that he had a cold upon him at the last. The grasp, though gentle as a woman's hand, was not to be resisted. He rose, but finding that the spirit made towards the window, clasped his robe in supplication.
I am a mortal, and liable to fall.
Bear but not touch of my face there. And you shall be upheld in more than this.
As the words were spoken, they passed through the wall, and stood upon an open country road, with fields on either hand. The city had entirely vanished. Not a vestige of it was to be seen. The darkness and the mists had vanished with it, for it was a cold, clear winter day, with snow upon the ground.
What happened? I was bred in this place. I was a boy here.
The spirit gazed upon him mildly. Its gentle touch, though it had been light and instantaneous, appeared still present to the old man's sense of feeling. He was conscious of 1,000 odors floating in the air, each one connected with 1,000 thoughts and hopes and joys, and cares long, long forgotten.
Your lip is trembling. And what is that upon your cheek?
Scrooge muttered with an unusual catching in his voice. It was a pimple.
It was a pimple.
You recollect the way?
Remember it. I could walk it blindfold.
Strange to have forgotten it so many years. Let us go on.
They walked along the road, Scrooge recognizing every gate and post and tree, until a little market town appeared in the distance, with its bridge, its church and winding river. Some shaggy ponies now were seen trotting towards them, with boys upon their backs, who called out to other boys in the country gigs and carts driven by farmers. All these boys were in great spirits and shouted to each other until the broad fields were so full of merry music that the crisp air laughed to hear it.
These are all but shadows of things that have been. They have no consciousness of us.
The jocund travelers came on, and as they came, Scrooge knew and named them every one. Why, he was rejoiced beyond all bounds to see them. Why did his cold eyes glisten, and his heart leap up as they went past? Why was he filled with gladness when he heard them give each other Merry Christmas, as they parted at crossroads and byways for their several homes? What was a Merry Christmas to Scrooge? Out upon Merry Christmas. What good had it ever done him?
The school is not quite deserted. A solitary child, neglected by his friends, is left there still.
Scrooge said he knew it, and he sobbed. They left the high roads by a well-remembered lane, and soon approached a mansion of dull red brick, with a little weathercock surmounted cupola on the roof, and a bell hanging in it. It was a large house, but one of broken fortunes, for the spacious offices were little used. Their walls were damp and mossy, their windows broken and their gates decayed. Fowls clucked and strutted in the stables, and their coach houses and sheds were overrun with grass. Nor was it more retentive of its ancient state within, for entering the dreary hall and glancing through the open doors of many rooms, they found them poorly furnished, cold and vast. There was an earthly savor in that air, a chilly bareness in the place, which associated itself somehow with too much getting up by candlelight, and not too much to eat. They went, the ghost and Scrooge, across the hall to a door at the back of the house. It opened before them and disclosed a long, bare, melancholy room, made barer still by lines of plain deal forms and desks. At one of these, a lonely boy was reading near a feeble fire, and Scrooge sat down upon a form and wept to see his poor forgotten self as he used to be. Not a latent echo in the house, not a squeak and scuffle from the mice behind the paneling, not a drip from the half-thwarted water-spout in the dull yards behind, not a sigh among the leafless boughs of one despondent poplar, not the idle swinging of an empty storehouse door, no, not a clicking in the fire, but fell upon the heart of Scrooge with a softening influence, and gave him a freer passage to his tears. The spirit touched on his arm and pointed to his younger self, intent upon his reading. He said in pity of his former self,
Poor boy.
And cried again.
I wish.
Scrooge muttered, putting his hand in his pocket and looking out about him after drying his eyes with his cuff.
But it's too late now.
What is the matter?
Nothing. Nothing. There was a boy singing a Christmas carol at my door last night. I should like to have given him something. That's all.
The ghost smiled thoughtfully and waved its hands, saying as it did so,
Let us see another Christmas.
Scrooge's former self grew larger at the words, and the room became a little darker and more dirty. The panels shrunk, the windows cracked, fragments of plaster fell out of the ceiling, and the naked laths were shown instead. But how all of this was brought about, Scrooge knew no more than you do. He only knew that it was quite correct, that everything had happened so, and that there he was alone again, when all the other boys had gone home for the jolly holidays. He was not reading now, but walking up and down despairingly. Scrooge looked at the ghost, and with a mournful shaking of his head, glanced anxiously towards the door. It opened, and a little girl, much younger than the boy, came darting in and putting her hands around his neck, and often kissing him and addressing him as,
Dear, dear brother, I've come to bring you home, dear brother, to bring you home, home, home.
Home, little Fan?
Yes, home for good and all, home forever and ever. Father's so much kinder than he used to be, that home's like heaven. He spoke so gently to me one dear night when I was going to bed. I was not afraid to ask him once more if you might come home, and he said, yes, you should, and sent me in coach to bring you, and you're to be a man, and are never to come back here. But first, we're to be together all the Christmas long, and have the merriest time in the world.
You are quite a woman, little Fan.
She clapped her hands and laughed, and tried to touch his head, but being too little, laughed again and stood on tiptoe to embrace him. And then she began to drag him in her childish eagerness towards the door, and he, nothing loath to go, accompanied her. A terrible voice in the hall cried, Bring down Master Scrooge's box there. And in the hall appeared the schoolmaster himself, who glared on Master Scrooge with a ferocious condescension, and threw him in a dreadful state of mind by shaking hands with him. He then conveyed him and his sister into the veriest old well of a shivering best parlour that ever was seen, where the maps upon the wall and the celestial and terrestrial globes in the window were waxy with cold. He here produced a decanter of curiously light wine and a block of curiously heavy cake, and administered installments of those dainties to the young people, at the same time sending out a meagre servant to offer a glass of something to the postboy, who answered that he thanked the gentleman, but if it was of the same type he had tasted before, he'd rather not. Master Scrooge's trunks being this time tied on the top of the chaise, the children bade the schoolmaster goodbye right willingly, and getting into it, drove gaily down the garden sweep, the quick wheels dashing on the hoar frost and snow from off the dark leaves of the evergreens like spray.
Always a delicate creature, whom a breath might have withered, but she had a large heart.
So she had. You're right. I will not gainsay it, Spirit. God forbid.
She died a woman, and had, as I think, children.
One child.
True. Your nephew.
Scrooge seemed
Yes.
uneasy in his mind.
Yes.
Although they had but that moment left the school behind them, they were now in a busy thoroughfare of a city, where shadowy passengers passed and repassed, where shadowy carts and coaches battled for the way, and all the strife and tumult of a real city were, it was made plain enough by the dressings of the shops, that here, too, it was Christmas time again. But it was evening, and the streets were lighted up. The ghost stopped at a certain warehouse door and asked Scrooge if he knew it.
Know it? I was apprenticed here.
They went in, and at the sight of an old gentleman in a Welsh wig sitting behind a high desk, that had he been 2 inches taller, he must have knocked his head against the ceiling, Scrooge cried in great excitement.
Why, it's old Fezziwig! Bless his heart, it's Fezziwig alive again!
Old Fezziwig laid down his pen and looked up at the clock, which pointed to the hour of 7. He rubbed his hands, adjusted his capacious waistcoat, laughed all over himself, from his shoes to his organ of benevolence, and called out in a comfortable, oily, rich, fat, jovial voice,
"Yo-ho there, Ebenezer! Dick!"
Scrooge's former self, now grown a young man, came briskly in with his fellow apprentice.
Dick Wilkins, to be sure. Bless me, yes, there he is. He was very much attached to me, was Dick. Poor Dick. Dear Dick.
Yo-ho, my boys. No more work tonight. Christmas Eve, Dick. Christmas, Ebenezer. Let's have the shutters up before a man can say Jack Robinson.
You wouldn't believe how those two fellows went at it. They charged into the streets with the shutters. 1, 2, 3 had them up in their place. 4, 5, 6 bared them and pinned them. 7, 8, 9 had and came back before you could have got to 12, panting like racehorses.
Hilly ho!
Cried old Fezziwig.
Clear away, my lads, and let's have lots of room here. Hilly ho, Dick! Cheer up, Ebenezer.
Clear away? There was nothing they wouldn't have cleared away. It couldn't have cleared away with old Fezziwig looking on. It was done in a minute. Every movable was packed off as if it were dismissed from public life forevermore. The floor was swept and watered. The lamps were trimmed. Fuel was heaped upon the fire, and the warehouse was as snug and warm and dry and bright a ballroom as you would desire to see upon a winter's night. In came the fiddler with a music book, and went up to the lofty desk, and made an orchestra of it, and tuned like 50 stomach aches. In came Mrs. Fezziwig, one vast, substantial smile. In came the 3 Miss Fezziwigs, beaming and lovable. In came the 6 young followers whose hearts they broke. In came all the young men and women employed in the business. In came the housemaid with her cousin the baker. In came the cook with her brother's particular friend the milkman. In came the boy from over the way who was suspected of not having board enough from his master, trying to prove himself behind the girl from next door but one, who was proved to have had her ears pulled by her mistress. In they all came, one after another, some shyly, some boldly, some gracefully, some awkwardly, some pushing, some pulling. In they all came, anyhow and everyhow. Away they all went, 20 couples at once, ends half round and back again the other way, down the middle and up again, round and round in various stages of affectionate grouping. Old top couple always turning up in the wrong place, new top couple starting off again as soon as they had got there, all top couples at last, and not a bottom one to help them. When this result was brought about, old Fezziwig clapped his hands to stop the dance and cried out,
"Well done!"
And the fiddler plunged his hot face into a pot of porter, especially provided for that purpose. But scorning rest upon his reappearance, he instantly began again, though there were no dancers yet, as if the other fiddler had been carried home exhausted on a shutter, and he was a brand new man resolved to beat him out of sight or perish. There were more dances, and there were forfeits and more dances, and there was cake, and there was negus, and there was one great piece of cold roast, and there was a great piece of cold boiled, and there were mince pies, and plenty of beer. But the great effect of the evening came after the roast and boiled, when the fiddler, An artful man, an artful dog, mind, and the sort of man who knew his business better than you or I could have told him, struck up Sir Roger de Coverley. Then old Fezziwig stood out to dance with Mrs. Fezziwig. Top couple, too, with a good stiff piece of work cut out for them. 3 or 4 and 20 pairs of partners, people who were not to be trifled with, people who would dance, and had no notion of walking. But if there had been twice as many, 4 times, old Fezziwig would have been a match for them, and so would Mrs. Fezziwig. As to her, she was a worthy to be his partner in every sense of the term. If that's not high praise, tell me higher and I'll use it. A positive light appeared to issue from Fezziwig's calves. They shone in every part of the dance like moons. You couldn't have predicted at any given time what would have become of them next. And when the old Fezziwig and Mrs. Fezziwig had gone all through the dance, advance and retire, both hands to your partner, bow and curtsy, corkscrew, thread the needle, back again and to your place, Fezziwig cut so deftly that he appeared to wink with his legs and came upon his feet without a stagger. When the clock struck 11, this domestic ball broke up. Mr. and Mrs. Fezziwig took their stations, one on either side of the door, and shaking hands with every person individually as he or she went out, wished him or her a Merry Christmas. When everybody had retired but the 2 apprentices, they did the same to them, and thus the cheerful voices died away, and the lads were left to their beds, which were under a counter at the back shop. During the whole of this time, Scrooge had acted like a man out of his wits. His heart and soul were in the scene, and with his former self, he corroborated everything, remembered everything, enjoyed everything, and underwent the strangest agitation. It was not until now, when the bright faces of his former self and Dick were turned from them, then he remembered the ghost, and became conscious that it was looking full upon him, while the light upon its head burnt very clear.
A small matter to make these silly folks so full of gratitude.
Small.
The spirit signed to him to listen to the 2 apprentices, who were pouring out their hearts in praise of Fezziwig, and when he had done so, said,
Why, is it not? He has spent but a few pounds of his mortal money, 3 or 4 perhaps. Is that so much that he deserves this praise?
It isn't that,
said Scrooge, heated by the remark and speaking unconsciously like his former self, not his latter self.
It isn't that, Spirit. He has the power to render us happy or unhappy, to make our service light and burdensome, a pleasure or a toil. Say that his power lies in words and looks and things so slight and insignificant that it is impossible to add and count him up. What then? The happiness he gives is quite as great as if it cost a fortune.
He felt the spirit's glance and stopped.
What is the matter?
Nothing particular.
Something, I think.
No. No, I should like to be able to say a word or two to my clerk just now. That's all.
His former self turned down the lamps, and he gave utterance to his wish. And Scrooge and the ghost again stood side by side in the open air.
My Daheim grows short. Quick!
This was not addressed to Scrooge or to anyone whom he could see, but it produced an immediate effect. For again Scrooge saw himself. He was older now, a man in the prime of his life. His face had not the harsh and rigid lines of later years, but it had begun to wear the signs of care and avarice. There was an eager, greedy, restless motion in the eye, which showed the passion that had taken root, and where the shadow of the growing tree would fall. He was not alone, but sat by the side of a fair young girl in a morning dress, in whose eyes there were tears which sparkled in the light that shone out of the ghost of Christmas past.
It matters little, to you very little. Another idol has displaced me, and if I can cheer and comfort you in time to come, as I would have tried to do, I have no just cause to grieve.
What idol has displaced you?
A golden one.
This is the even-handed dealing of the world. There is nothing on which it is so hard as poverty, and there is nothing it professes to condemn with such severity as the pursuit of wealth.
You fear the world too much. All your other hopes have merged into the hope of being beyond the chance of its sordid reproach. I have seen your nobler aspirations fall off one by one until the master passion, gain, engrosses you. Have I not?
What then? Even if I have grown so much wiser, what then? I'm not changed towards you. Am I?
Our contract is an old one. It was made when we were both poor and content to be so until, in good season, we could improve our worldly fortune by our patient industry. You are changed. When it was made, you were another man.
I was a boy.
Your own feelings tells you that you were not what you are. I am. That which promised happiness when we were one in heart is fraught with misery now that we are two. How often and how keenly I have thought of this, I will not say. It is enough that I have thought of it, and I can release you.
Have I ever sought release?
In words? No, never.
In what then?
In a changed nature, in an altered spirit, in another atmosphere of life, another hope as its great end, in everything that has made my love of any worth or value in your sight. If this had never been between us, tell me, would you seek me out and try to win me now? No.
He seemed to yield to the justice of this supposition, in spite of himself. But he said with a great struggle,
You think not.
I would gladly think otherwise if I could. Heavens knows. When I have learned a truth like this, I know how strong and irresistible it must be. But if you were free today, tomorrow, yesterday, can I even believe that you would choose a dowerless girl? You, who in your very confidence with her, weigh everything by gain, or choosing her, if for a moment you were false enough to your one guiding principle to do so, do I not know that your repentance and regret would surely follow? I do, and I release you, with a full heart, and for the love of him you once were.
He was about to speak, but with her head turned away from him, she resumed.
You may, and the memory of what is past half makes me hope that you will, have pain in this. A very, very brief time, and you will dismiss the recollection of it gladly, as an unprofitable dream, from which it has happened that you awoke. May you be happy in the life you've chosen.
She left him, and they parted.
Spirit. Spirit, remove me from this place.
I told you, these are shadows of things that have been. They are what they are. Do not blame me.
Move me! I cannot bear it.
He turned upon the ghost, and seeing that it looked upon him with a face in which, some strange ways, there were fragments of all the faces it had shown him, wrestled with it.
Leave me. Take me back. Haunt me no longer.
In the struggle, if that can be called a struggle, in which the ghost, with no visible resistance on its own part, was undisturbed by an effort of its adversary, Scrooge observed that in its light was burning high and bright, and dimly connected that with the influence over him. He seized the extinguisher cap, and by sudden action pressed it down upon its head. The spirits dropped beneath it, so that the extinguisher covered its whole form. But though Scrooge pressed down with all his force, he could not hide the light, which streamed from under it in an unbroken flood upon the ground. He was conscious of being exhausted and overcome by an irresistible drowsiness, and further, of being in his own bedroom. He gave the cap a parting squeeze, in which his hand relaxed, and he had barely time to reel to bed before he sank into a heavy sleep. Stave 3, the second of the three spirits. Awakening in the middle of a prodigiously tough snore and sitting up in bed to get his thoughts together, Scrooge had no occasion to be told that the bell was again upon the strike of 1. He felt that he was restored to consciousness in the right nick of time for the especial purpose of holding a conference with the second messenger dispatched to him through Jacob Marley's intervention. Finding that he turned uncomfortably cold when he began to wonder of which of the curtains this new spectre would draw back. He put them every one aside with his own hands, and laying down again, established a sharp lookout all round the bed, for he wished to challenge the spirit on the moment of its appearance, and did not wish to be taken by surprise or made nervous. Gentlemen of the free and easy sort, who plumb themselves on being acquainted with a move or two, and being equal to the time of day, express the wide range of their capacity for adventure by observing that they are good for anything from pitch and toss to manslaughter, between which extreme opposites, no doubt, there lies a tolerably wide and comprehensive range of subjects. Without venturing for Scrooge quite as heartily as this, I don't mind calling on you to believe that he was ready for a good broad field of strange appearances, and that nothing between a baby and a rhinoceros would have astonished him very much. Now, being prepared for almost anything, he was not by any means prepared for nothing, and consequently when the bell struck 1 and no shape appeared, he was taken with a violent fit of trembling. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, a quarter of an hour went by, and yet nothing came. All this time he lay upon his bed, the very core and centre of a blaze of ruddy light, which streamed upon it from the clock proclaimed the hour, and which, by only light for more alarming than a dozen ghosts, as he was powerless to make out what it meant, or would be at, and was something apprehensive that he might, at the very moment, in an interesting case of spontaneous combustion, without having the consolation of knowing it. At last, however, he began to think, as you or I would have thought at first, for it is always the person not in the predicament who knows what ought to have been done in it, and would unquestionably have done it too. At last, I say, he began to think that the source and secret of this ghostly light might be in the adjoining chamber, from whence, on further tracing it, it seemed to shine. This idea taking full possession of his mind, he got up softly and scuffled in his slippers to the door. The moment Scrooge's hands was on the lock, a strange voice called him by name and bade him enter. He obeyed. It was his own room, there was no doubt about that, but it had undergone a surprising transformation. The walls and ceiling were so hung with living green that it looked a perfect grove, from every part of which bright gleaming berries glistened. The crisp leaves of holly, mistletoe, and ivy reflected back the light as if so many little mirrors had been scattered there, and such a mighty blaze went roaring up the chimney as that dull petrification of a hearth had never known in Scrooge's time, or Marley's, or for many winter season gone. Heaped upon the floor to a form of a kind of throne were turkeys, geese, game, poultry, brawn, great joints of meat, sucking pigs, long wreaths of sausage, mince pies, plum puddings, barrels of oysters, red-hot chestnuts, cherry-cheeked apples, juicy oranges, luscious pears, immense 12 cakes, and seething bowls of punch that made the chamber dim with their delicious steam. In an easy state upon this couch there sat a jolly giant, glorious to see, who bore a glowing torch in shape not unlike Plenty's horn, and held it up, high up, to shed its light upon Scrooge as he came peeping around the door.
"Come in!" exclaimed the ghost. "Come in and know me better, man."
Scrooge entered timidly and hung his head before this spirit. He was not the dog Scrooge he had been, and though the spirit's eyes were clear and kind, he did not like to meet them.
"I am the ghost of Christmas present," said the spirit. "Look upon me."
Scrooge reverently did so. It was clothed in one simple green robe or mantle, bordered with white fur. The garment hung so loosely on the figure that its capacious breast was bare, and as if disdaining to be warded or concealed by any artifice. Its feet, observable beneath the ample folds of the garment, were also bare, and on its head it wore no other covering than a holly wreath, set here and there with shining icicles. Its dark brown curls were long and free as its genial face, its sparkling eyes, its open hand, its cheery voice, its unconstrained demeanor, and its joyful air. Girded round its middle was an ancient scabbard, but no sword was in it, and the ancient sheath was eaten up with rust.
"You have never seen the like of me before," exclaimed the spirit.
"Never," Scrooge made answer to it.
"I've never walked forth with the younger members of my family, meaning, for I am very young, my elder brothers born in these later years?"
"I don't think I have. I'm afraid I have not. Have you had many brothers, Spirit?"
"More than 1,800.
Imagine the grocery bills. A tremendous family to provide for.
The ghost of Christmas present rose.
"Spirit, conduct me where you will. I went forth last night on compulsion, and I learned a lesson which is working now. Tonight, if you have aught to teach me, let me profit by it."
"Touch my robe."
Scrooge did as he was told and held it fast. Hollies, mistletoe, red berries, ivy, turkey, geese, game, poultry, brawn, meat, pigs, sausage, oysters, pies, puddings, fruit, and punch all vanished instantly. So did the room, the fire, the ruddy glow, and the hour of night, as they stood in the streets on a Christmas morning, where, for the weather was severe, the people made a rough but brisk and not unpleasant kind of music. In scraping the snow from the pavements in front of their dwellings and from the tops of their houses, whence it was a mad delight to the boys to see it come plumbing down on the road below, and splitting into artificial little snowstorms. The house fronts looked bleak enough, and the windows blacker, contrasting with the smooth white sheet of snow upon the roof, and with the dirtier snow upon the ground, which at last deposits had been ploughed up by deep furrows by the heavy wheels of carts and wagons, furrows that crossed and recrossed each other hundreds of times, where the great streets branched off and made intricate channels, hard to trace in the thick yellow mud and icy water. The sky was gloomy, and the shortest streets were choked up with a dingy mist, half thawed, half frozen, whose heavier particles descended in a shower of sooty atoms, as if all the chimneys in Great Britain had, by one consent, caught fire, and were blazing away to their dear heart's content. There was nothing very cheerful in the climate or the town, and yet was there an air of cheerfulness abroad, that the cleverest summer air and brightest summer sun might have endeavored to diffuse in vain. For the people who were shoveling away on the housetops were jovial and full of glee, calling out to one another from the parapets, and now and then exchanging a facetious snowball, better-natured missiles far than the many a wordy jest, laughing heartily as if it went right, and not less heartily and if it went wrong. The poulterers' shops were still half open, and the fruiterers were radiant in their glory. There were great round, pot-bellied baskets of chestnuts, shaped like the waistcots of jolly old gentlemen lolling at the doors, tumbling into the streets in their apoplectic opulence. The grocers, oh, the grocers, nearly closed with perhaps 2 shutters down or 1. But though those gaps such glimpses, it was not alone that the scales descended on the counters, made a merry sound, or that the twine and roller parted company so briskly that the canisters were rattled up and down like jugging tricks, or even that the blended scents of tea and coffee were so grateful to the nose. That everything was good to eat, and in its Christmas dress, but the customers were also hurried and eager in their hopeful promise of the day, that they tumbled up against each other at the door, crashing their wicket baskets wildly, and left their purchases upon the counter, and came running back to fetch them, and committed hundreds of the like mistakes. But soon the steeples called the good people all to church and chapel, and away they went, flocking through the streets in their best clothes and with their gayest faces, and at the same time there emerged from scores of by-streets, lanes, and nameless turnings innumerable people carrying their dinners to the bakers' shops. The sight of these poor revellers appeared to be an interest to the spirit very much, for he stood with Scrooge beside him in the baker's doorway, and taking off the cover as these bearers passed, sprinkled incense on their dinners from his torch. It was a very uncommon kind of torch, for once or twice, when there were angry words between some dinner carriers who had jostled each other, and he shed a few drops of water on them from it, and their good humour was restored directly. For they said it was a shame to quarrel on Christmas Day, and so it was. God love it, so it was. In time the bells ceased and the bakers were shut up, and yet there was a genial foreshadowing of all these dinners and the progress of their cooking. In the thawed blotch of wet above each baker's oven, where the pavement smoked as if the stones were cooking too.
Is there a peculiar flavor in what you sprinkle from your torch?
There is my own.
Would it apply to any kind of dinner on this day?
To any kindly given, to a poor one most.
Why to a poor one most?
Because it needs it the most.
Spirit, I wonder, you, of all beings in the many worlds about us, should desire to cramp these people's opportunities of innocent enjoyment.
I.
You would deprive them of their means of dining every 7th day, often the only day on which they can be said to dine at all. Wouldn't you?
I.
You seek to close those places on the 7th day, and it comes to the same thing.
I seek.
Forgive me if I am wrong. It has been done in your name, or at least in that of your family.
There are some upon this earth of yours who lay claim to know us, and who do their deeds of passion, pride, ill will, hatred, envy, bigotry, and selfishness in our name, who are as strange to us and all our kith, and all our kith, left kith, and kin, as if they had never lived. Remember that, and charge their doings on themselves, not us.
Scrooge promised that he would, and they went on, invisible as they had been before, into the suburbs of the town. It was a remarkable quality of the ghost, which Scrooge observed at the baker's, that notwithstanding his gigantic size, he could accommodate himself to any place with ease, and that he stood beneath a low roof quite as gracefully, as like a supernatural creature, as this was possible that he could have done in any lofty hall. And perhaps it was the pleasure of the good spirit had in showing off this power of his, or else it was his own kind, generous, hearty nature, and his sympathy with all poor men, that led him straight to Scrooge's clerks, for there they went, and took Scrooge with him, holding on to his robe, and on the threshold of the door the spirit smiled, and stopped to bless Bob Cratchit's dwelling with a sprinkling of his torch. Think of that. Bob had but 15 bob a week himself. He pocketed on Saturdays but 15 copies of his Christian name. And yet the ghost of Christmas present blessed his 4-roomed house. Then up rose Mrs. Cratchit, Cratchit's wife, dressed out but poorly in a twice-turned gown, but brave in ribbons, which are cheap and make a goodly show for 6pence. And she laid the cloth, assisted by Belinda Cratchit, second of her daughters, also brave in ribbons, while Master Peter Cratchit plunged a fork into the saucepan of potatoes, and getting the corners of his monstrous shirt collar, Bob's private property, conferred upon his son and heir in honor of the day, into his mouth, rejoicing to find himself so gallantly attired, and yearning to show his linen in the fashionable parks. And now 2 smaller Cratchit, boy and girl, came tearing in, screaming that outside the baker's they had smelt the goose and known it for their own, and basking in luxurious thought of sage and onion, these young Cratchits danced upon the table, and exalted Master Peter Cratchit to the skies, while he, not proud, although his color nearly choked him, blew the fire until the small potatoes bubbled up and knocked loudly at the saucepan lid to be let out and peeled.
What has ever got your precious father, then? And your brother, Tiny Tim? And Martha warn't as late last Christmas Day by half an hour?
Here's Martha, Mother.
Here's Martha, Mother.
Hurrah! There's such a goose, Mother.
Mother.
Martha.
Why, bless your heart alive, my dear, how late you are,
said Mrs.
We'd a good...
Oh. No. Kissing her a dozen times and taking off her shawl and bonnet with an officious zeal.
We'd a good deal of work to finish up last night, and had to clear away this morning, Mother.
Well, never mind so long as you are come. Sit ye down before the fire, my dear, and have a warm. Lord bless ye.
No, there's Father coming.
There's Father coming.
Hide, Martha, hide.
So Martha hid herself, and in came little Bob, the father, with at least 3 feet of comforter exclusive of the fringe hanging down before him, and his threadbare clothes darned unbrushed, to look seasonable, and Tiny Tim upon his shoulder. Alas for Tiny Tim! He bore a little crutch, and had his limbs supported by an iron frame.
Why, where's our Martha?
Not coming.
Not coming? Not coming upon Christmas Day?
Martha didn't like to see him disappointed, if there was only in a joke, so she came prematurely from behind the closet door and ran into his arms, while the 2 young Cratchits hustled Tiny Tim and bore him off into the wash-house, that he might hear the pudding singing in the copper.
And how did little Tim behave?
As good as gold, and better. Somehow he gets thoughtful, sitting by himself so much, and thinks the strangest things you ever heard. He told me, coming home, that he hoped the people saw him in the church, because he was a cripple, and it might be pleasant to them to remember upon Christmas Day who made lame beggars walk and blind men see.
Bob's voice was tremulous when he told them this, and trembled more when he said that Tiny Tim was growing strong and hardy. His active little crutch was heard upon the floor, and back came Tiny Tim before another word was spoken, escorted by his brother and sister to the stool before the fire, while Bob, turning up his cuffs as if, poor fellow, they were capable of being made more shabby, compounded some hot mixture in a jug with gin and lemons, and stood it round and put it on the hob to simmer. Master Peter and the 2 ubiquitous young Cratchits went to fetch the goose, with which they soon returned in high procession. Such a bustle ensued that you might have thought the goose the rarest of birds, a feathered phenomenon to which a black swan was a matter of course, and in truth it was something very like it in that house. Mrs. Cratchit made the gravy, ready beforehand in a little saucepan hissing hot. Master Peter mashed the potatoes with incredible vigor. Miss Belinda sweetened up the applesauce. Martha dusted the hot plates. Bob took Tiny Tim beside him in a tiny corner at the table. The two young Cratchits set chairs for everybody, not forgetting themselves, and mounting guard upon their posts, crammed spoons in their mouths, lest they should shriek for the goose before their turn came to be helped. At last the dishes were set on, and grace was said. It was succeeded by a breathless pause as Mrs. Cratchit, looking slowly all along the carving knife, prepared to plunge it in the beast. But when she did, when the long-expected gush of stuffing issued forth, one murmur of delight all round the board, and even Tiny Tim, excited by the two young Cratchit, beat on the table with the handle of his knife, and feebly cried, "Hurrah!" There was never such a goose. Bob said he didn't believe there ever was such a goose cooked. Its tenderness and flavor, size and cheapness were the themes of universal admiration. Eked out by applesauce and mashed potatoes, it was a sufficient dinner for the whole family. Indeed, as Mrs. Cratchit said with great delight, serving one small atom of bone upon the dish, they hadn't ate it all at last. Yet everyone had enough, and the youngest Cratchits, in particular, were steeped in sage and onions to their eyebrows. But now the plates were being changed by Miss Belinda. In half a minute, Mrs. Cratchit entered, flushed, but smiling proudly, with the pudding, like a speckled cannonball, so hard and firm, blazing in half, and half a quartern of ignited brandy, and belight with Christmas holly stuck on the top. "Oh, wonderful pudding!" Bob Cratchit said, and calmly too, that he regarded as the greatest success achieved by Mrs. Cratchit since their marriage. Mrs. Cratchit said now that the weight of it was off her mind. She confessed that she had her doubts about the quantity of flour. Everybody had something to say about it, but nobody said or thought at all that it was a very small pudding for the size of a large family. It would have been flat heresy to do so. Any Cratchit would have blushed to hint at such a thing. At last dinner was done. The cloth was cleared, the hearth swept, and the fire made up. The compound and the judge being tasted and considered perfect, apples and oranges were put upon the table, and a shovelful of chestnuts on the fire. Then all the Cratchit family drew round the hearth in what Bob Cratchit called a circle, meaning half of one, and at Bob Cratchit's elbow stood the family display of glass. 2 tumblers and a custard cup without a handle. These held the hot stuff from the judge, however, as well as golden goblets would have done, and Bob served it out with beaming looks, while the chestnuts on the fire spluttered and cracked noisily. Then Bob proposed.
"A Merry Christmas to us all, my dears. God bless us."
Which all the family re-echoed.
I wonder if Tiny Tim has anything to say.
"God bless us, everyone," said Tiny Tim last of all. He sat very close to his father's side upon his stool. Bob held his withered hand in his, as if he loved the child, and wished to keep him by his side, and dreaded that he might be taken from him.
Spirit, tell me if Tiny Tim will live.
I see a vacant seat in the poor chimney corner, and a crutch without a owner, carefully preserved. If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, the child will die.
No. Oh no, kind spirit, say he will be spared.
If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, none other of my race will find him here. What then? If he be like to die, he had better do it, and decrease the surplus population.
Scrooge hung his head to hear his own words quoted by the spirit, and was overcome with penitence and grief.
Man, if man you be in heart, not adamant, forbear that wicked can't until you have discovered what the surplus is and where it is. Will you decide what men shall live, what men shall die? It may be that in the sight of heaven, you are more worthless and less fit to live than millions like this poor man's child. Oh God, to hear the insect on the leaf pronouncing on the too much life among his hungry brothers in the dust.
Scrooge bent before the ghost's rebuke, and trembling cast his eyes upon the ground, but raised them speedily on hearing his own name.
Mr. Scrooge! I'll give you Mr. Scrooge, the founder of the feast.
The founder of the feast, indeed. I wish I had him here. I'd give him a piece of my mind to feast upon, and I'd hope he have a good appetite for it.
My dear, the children, Christmas Day.
It should be Christmas Day, I'm sure, on which one drinks the health of such an odious, stingy, hard, unfeeling man as Mr. Scrooge. You know he is, Robert. Nobody knows it better than you do, poor fellow.
My dear, Christmas Day.
I'll drink for his health for your sake, and the day's, not for his. Long life to him, a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. He'll be very merry and very happy, I have no doubt.
The children drank the toast after her. It was the first of their proceedings which had no heartiness. Tiny Tim drank it last of all, but he didn't care twopence for it. Scrooge was the ogre of the family. The mention of his name cast a dark shadow on the party, which was not dispelled for a full 5 minutes. After it was passed away, they were 10 times merrier than before, and once again Tiny Tim exclaimed,
God bless us, everyone.
And by they had a song about a lost child traveling in the snow from Tiny Tim, who had a plaintive little voice and sang it very well indeed. There was nothing of the high mark in this. They were not a handsome family. They were not well dressed. Their shoes were far from being waterproof. Their clothes were scanty, and Peter might have known, and very likely did, the inside of a pawnbroker's. But they were happy, grateful, pleased with one another, and contented with the time. And when they faded, and looked happier yet, in the bright sparkling of the spirit's torch at parting, Scrooge had his eye upon them, and especially on Tiny Tim, until the last. It was a great surprise. It was a great surprise to Scrooge, while thus engaged, to hear a hearty laugh. It was a much greater surprise to Scrooge to recognize it as his own nephew's, and to find himself in a bright, dry, gleaming room, with the spirit standing affably by his side, looking at the self-same nephew with approving affability. If you should happen, by any unlikely chance, to know a man more blessed in a laugh than Scrooge's nephew, all I can say is I should like to know him too. Introduce me to him, and I will cultivate his acquaintance. It is a fair, even-handed, noble adjustment of things that while there is an infection in disease and in sorrow, there is nothing in the world so irresistibly contagious as laughter and good humor. When Scrooge's nephew laughed in this way, holding his sides, rolling his head, and twisting his face into the most extravagant contortions, Scrooge's niece by marriage largely laughed as heartily as he, and their assembled friends, being not a bit behindhand, roared out lustily.
He said that Christmas was a humbug as I live. He believed it too.
More shame for him, Fred,
said Scrooge's niece indignantly. Bless those women. They never do anything by halves. They are always in earnest. She was very pretty, exceedingly pretty, with a dimpled, surprised looked capital face, a ripe little mouth that seemed made to be kissed, and as in no doubt it was. All kinds of good little dots about her chin that melted into one another when she laughed, and the sunniest pair of eyes you ever saw in any creature's head, although she was without a name. She was not what you would call provoking, but satisfactory too. Oh, perfectly satisfactorily.
He's a old fellow, that's the truth, and not so pleasant as he might be. However, his offenses carry their own punishment, and I have nothing to say against him.
I'm sure he is very rich, Fred. At least you always tell me so.
What of that, my dear? His wealth is of no use to him. He don't do any good with it. He don't make himself comfortable with it. He hasn't the satisfaction of thinking that he's ever going to benefit us with it.
I have no patience with him.
Observe Scrooge's niece's sisters, and all the other ladies expressed the same opinion.
Oh, I have. I am sorry for him. I couldn't be angry with him if I tried, who suffers by his ill whims himself, always. Here he takes it into his head to dislike us, and he won't come dine with us. What's the consequence? He don't lose much of a dinner.
Indeed, I think he loses a very good dinner.
Everyone else said the same, and they must have allowed to have been competent judges because they had just had dinner. And with the dessert upon the table, they were clustered around the fire by lamplight.
Well, I am very glad to hear it, because I haven't great faith in these young housekeepers. What do you say, Topper?
Topper had clearly got his eye upon one of Scrooge's niece's sisters, for he answered that a bachelor was a wretched outcast, who had no right to express an opinion on the subject. Whereat Scrooge's niece's sister, the plump one with the lace tucker, not the one with the roses, blushed and...
Do go on, Fred. He never finishes what he begins to say. He is such a ridiculous fellow.
Scrooge's nephew revelled in another laugh, and as it was impossible to keep the infection off, though the plump sister tried very hard to do it with an aromatic vinegar, his example was universally followed.
I was only going to say that the consequence of his taking a dislike to us and not making merry with us is, as I think, that he loses some pleasant memories, which could do him no harm. I am sure he loses pleasanter companions than he can find in his own thoughts, either in his mouldy old office or his dusty chambers. I mean to give him the same chance every year, whether he likes it or not, for I pity him. He may rail at Christmas till he dies, but he can't help thinking better of it. I defy him. If he finds me going there year after year in good temper and saying, "Uncle Scrooge, how are you?" If it only puts him in the vein to leave his that, I think I shook him yesterday.
It was their turn to laugh now at the notion of him shaking Scrooge. But being thoroughly good-natured and not much caring what they laughed at, so they laughed at any rate, and he encouraged them in their merriment, and passed the bottle joyously. After tea, they had some music, for they were a musical family, and knew what they were about. When they sung at glee and catch, I assure you, especially Topper, who could growl away in the bass like a good one and never swell the large veins in his forehead or get red in the face over it. Scrooge's niece played well upon the harp, and played among other tunes a simple little air, a mere nothing you might learn to whistle in 2 minutes, which had been familiar to the child who fetched Scrooge from the boarding-house, as he had been reminded by the ghost of Christmas past. When the strains of music sounded, all the things the ghost had shown him came upon his mind. He softened more and more, and thought that if he could have listened to it often years ago, he might have cultivated the kindnesses of life for his own happiness with his own hands, without resorting to the sexton's spade that buried Jacob Marley. But they didn't devote the whole evening to music. After a while they played at forfeits, for it is good for children sometimes, and never better at Christmas. There might have been 20 people there, young and old, but they all played, and so did Scrooge, who, wholly forgetting in the interest that he had in what was going on, that his voice made no sound in their ears, he sometimes came out with his guesses quite loud, and very often guessed quite right, too. For the sharpest needle, the best Whitechapel warranted not to cut in the eye that was not sharper than Scrooge, blunt as he took it in his head to be. The ghost was greatly pleased to find him in this mood, and looked upon him with such favor that he begged like a boy to be allowed to stay until the guests departed. But this the spirit could not have done.
Here's a new game. 1/2 hour, spirit, only one.
It was a game called Yes and No, where Scrooge's nephew had to think of something, and the rest might find out what, he only answering their questions, yes or no, as the case was. The brisk fire of questioning to which he was exposed elicited from him that he was thinking of an animal, a live animal, rather a disagreeable animal, a savage animal, an animal that growled and grunted sometimes, and talked sometimes, and lived in London, and walked about the streets, and wasn't made a show of, and wasn't led by anyone, and didn't live in a menagerie, and was never killed into market, and was not a horse, an ass, a cow, a bull, a tiger, or a dog, or a pig, or a cat, or a bear. At every fresh question that was put to him, this nephew burst into a fresh roar of laughter, and it was this so expressively tickled that he was obliged to get off the couch, get off the sofa, and stamp. At last,
I have found it out. I know what it is, Fred. I know what it is.
And what is it?
It's your Uncle Scrooge.
Which it certainly was. Admiration was the universal sentiment, though some objected to the reply that, "Is it a bear?" ought to have been yes, insomuch as an answer in the negative was sufficient to have diverted thoughts away from Scrooge, supposing that they had ever had any tendency that way.
He has given us plenty of merriment, I am sure, and it would be ungrateful not to drink his health. Here is a glass of mulled wine ready to our hand at this moment, and I say, Uncle Scrooge.
Well, Uncle Scrooge.
A Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to the old man, whatever he is. He wouldn't take it from me, but may he have it nevertheless. Uncle Scrooge.
Uncle Scrooge has imperceptibly become so gay and light of heart that he would have pledged to the unconscious company in return and thanked them in an inaudible speech, if the ghost had given him time. But the whole scene passed off in the breath of the last word spoken by his nephew, and he and the spirit were again upon their travels. Much they saw, and far they went, and many houses they visited, but always with a happy end. The spirit stood beside sick beds, and they were cheerful. On foreign lands, and they were close at home. By struggling men, and they were patient in their greater hope. By poverty, and it was rich. In the almshouse, hospital, and jail. In misery's every refuge, where vain man, in his brief authority, had not made fast the door and barred the spirit out. He left his blessings and taught Scrooge his precepts. It was a long night, if it was only one night, but Scrooge had had his doubts of this, because the Christmas holidays appeared to be condensed into space of time as they passed together. It was strange, too, that while Scrooge remained unaltered in his outward form, the ghost grew old, clearly old. Scrooge had observed this change, but never spoke of it, until they left a children's 12th night party. When looking at the spirit as they stood together in an open place, he noticed that its hair was grey.
Are spirits' lives so short?
My life upon this globe is very brief. It ends tonight.
Tonight?
Tonight. At midnight. Hark! The time is drawing near.
The chimes were ringing the 11:15 at that moment.
Forgive me if I'm not justified in what I ask, but I see something strange and not belonging to yourself protruding from your skirts. Is it a foot or a claw?
It might be a claw. For the flesh there is upon it. Look here.
From the folding of its robes it brought 2 children. Wretched, abject, frightful, hideous, miserable. They knelt down at its feet and clung upon the outside of its garments.
Oh, man. Look here. Look. Down here.
They were a boy and a girl. Yellow, meager, ragged, scowling, wolfish, but prostrate too in their humility. Where graceful youth should have filled their features out and touched them with its freshest tints, a stale and shriveled hand, like that of age, had pinched and twisted them, and pulled them into shreds. Where angels might have sat enthroned, devils lurked and glared out menacing. No change, no degradation, no perversion of humanity in any grade, though all the mysteries of wonderful creation had monsters half so horrible and dread. Scrooge stared back, appalled. Having them shown to him in this way, he tried to say that they were fine children, but the words choked themselves rather than be parties to a lie of such enormous magnitude.
Vera, are they yours?
They are mine. And they cling to me, appealing from their fathers. This boy is ignorance. This girl is want. Beware them both, and all their degree, but most of all, beware this boy. For on his brow I see that written which is doom, unless the writing be erased. Deny it. Slander those who tell it ye. Admit it for your factious purposes, and make it worse, and abide the end.
Have they no refuge or resource?
Are there no prisons? Are there no workhouses?
The bell struck 12. Scrooge looked about him for the ghost, and saw it not. As the last stroke ceased to vibrate, he remembered the predictions of old Jacob Marley, and lifted up his eyes, beheld a solemn phantom, draped and hooded, coming like a mist along the ground towards him.
Do I turn mine off?
Okay.
or do I stay on? Again.
You'll be
Okay, I'm turning it off. There we go.
live theater, everybody. Stave 4, the last of the spirits. The phantom slowly, gravely, silently approached. When it came near him, Scrooge bent down upon his knee, for in the very air through which the spirit moved, it seemed to scatter gloom and misery. It was shrouded in a deep black garment, which concealed its head, its face, its form, and left nothing of it visible save one outstretched hand. But for this, it would have been difficult to detach its figure from the night and separate it from the darkness by which it was surrounded. He felt that it was tall and stately, though when it came beside him, and that its mysterious presence filled him with a solemn dread. He knew no more, for the spirit neither spoke nor moved.
Am I in the presence of the ghost of Christmas yet to come?
The spirit answered not, but pointed onward with his hand.
You are about to show me the shadows of the things that have not happened, but will happen in the time before us. Is that so, spirit?
The upper portion of the garment was contracted for an instant in its fold as the spirit inclined its head. That was the only answer he received. Although well used to ghostly company by this time, Scrooge feared the silent shape so much that his legs trembled beneath him, and he found that he could hardly stand when he prepared to follow it. The spirit paused a moment, as observing his condition and giving him time to recover. But Scrooge was all the worse for this. It thrilled him with a vague, uncertain horror to know that behind the dusky shroud there were ghostly eyes intently fixed upon him, while he, though he stretched his own to the utmost, could see nothing but a spectral hand and one great heap of black.
Ghost of the future! I fear you more than any specter I have seen. But as I know your purpose is to do me good, and as I hope to live to be another man from what I was, I am prepared to bear you company and do it with a thankful heart. Will you not speak to me?
It gave him no reply. The hand was pointed straight before them.
Lead on. Lead on. The night is waning fast, and it is precious time to me. I know. Lead on, spirit.
The phantom moved away as it had come towards him. Scrooge followed in the shadow of its dress, which bore him up, he thought, and carried him along. They scarcely seemed to enter the city, for the city rather seemed to spring up about them and encompass them of its own act. But there they were, in the heart of it, on exchange among the merchants, who hurried up and down and chinked their money in their pockets, and conversed in groups, and looked at their watches, and trifled thoughtfully with their great gold seals, and so forth, as Scrooge had seen them often. The spirit stopped behind one knot of businessmen. Observing that the hand was pointed to them, Scrooge advanced to listen to their talk.
No, I don't know much about it either way. I only know he's dead.
Why did he die?
Last night, I believe.
Why? What was matter with him? I thought he'd never die.
God knows.
What did he do with his money?
I haven't heard. Left it to his company, perhaps. Hasn't left it to me. That's all I know. It likely very cheap funeral. For upon my life, I don't know of anybody who go to it. Suppose we make up a party and volunteer.
I don't mind going, if a lunch were provided. But I must be fed if I make one.
Well, I'm the most disinterested among you, after all. For I never wear black gloves, and I never eat lunch. But I'll offer to go if anybody else will. When I come to think of it, I'm not at all sure I wasn't his most particular friend. For we used to stop and speak whenever we met. Bye-bye.
Speakers and listeners strolled away, and mixing with other groups. Scrooge knew the men and looked towards the spirit for an explanation. Scrooge was first inclined to be surprised that the spirit should attach such importance to a conversation apparently so trivial. But feeling assured that they must have had some hidden purpose, he set himself to consider what it was likely to be. They should scarcely supposed to have had any bearing on the death of Jacob, his old partner, for that was past, and this ghost's province was the future. Nor could he think of anyone immediately connected with himself to whom he could apply them. But nothing doubting that whomsoever they applied, they had some latent moral for his own improvement. He resolved to treasure up every word he heard and everything he saw, and especially to observe the shadow of himself when it appeared. For he had had an expectation that the conduct of his future self would give him the clue he missed, and would render the solution of these riddles easy. He looked about in that vast place for his own image, but another man stood in his accustomed counter, and though the clock pointed to his usual time of day for being there, he saw no likenesses of himself among the multitudes that poured through into the porch. It gave him little surprise, however, for he had been resolving in his mind a change of life, and thought and hoped he saw his newborn resolution carried out in this. Quiet and dark beside him stood the phantom, with its outstretched hand. When he roused himself from his thoughtful quest, he fancied himself from the turn of the hand, and its situation reference to himself, that the unseen eyes were looking at him keenly. It made him shudder and feel cold. They left the busy scene and went into an obscure part of the town, where Scrooge had never penetrated before, even though he recognized its situation and its bad repute. The ways were foul and narrow, the shops and houses wretched, the people half-naked, drunken, slipshod, ugly. Alleys and archways, like so many cesspools, discouraged their offences of smell and dirt and life upon the straggling streets. And the whole quarter reeked with crime, with filth and misery. Far in this den of infamous resort, there was a low-browed beetling shop, below a penthouse roof, where iron, old rags, bottles, bones, and greasy offal were bought. Upon the floor within were piled heaps of rusty keys, nails, chains, hinges, files, scales of weights, and refuse iron of all kinds. Secrets that few would like to scrutinize were bred and hidden in mountains of unseemly rags, masses of corrupted fat, and sepulchres of bones. Sitting in among the wares he dealt in by a charcoal stove made of old brick was an old gray-haired rascal, nearly 70 years of age, who had screened himself from the cold air without by a frowsy curtaining of miscellaneous tatters, hung upon a line, and smoked his pipe in all the luxury of calm retirement. Scrooge and the Phantom came into the presence of this man, just as a woman with a heavy bundle slunk into the shop. But she too had scarcely entered when another woman, similarly laden, came in too, and she was closely followed by a man in faded black, who was no less startled by the sight of them than they had been upon the recognition of each other. After a short period of blank astonishment in which the old man with the pipe had joined them, they all three burst into a laugh.
Let the charwoman be the first, let the laundress alone to be the second, and let the undertaker's man alone to be the third. Look here, old Joe, here's a chance, if we haven't all three met here without meaning it.
You couldn't have met in a better place. Come into the parlor. You were made free of it long ago, you know. The other two ain't strangers. Stop till I shut the door to the shop. Ah, how it shrieks. There ain't such a rusty bit of metal in the place as its own hinges, I believe. And I'm sure there's no such old bones here as mine. We're all suitable in our calling. We're all well matched. Come into the parlor. Come into the parlor.
The parlor was a space behind the screen of rags. The old man raked the fire together with an old stair rod, and having trimmed his smoky lamp, for it was night, with the stem of his pipe, put it in his mouth again. While he did this, the woman who had already spoken threw her bundle on the floor and sat down in a flaunting manner on a stool, crossing her elbows on her knees and looking with bold defiance at the other two.
What odds, then? What odds, Mrs. Dilber? Every person has a right to take care of themselves. They always did.
That's true indeed. No man more so.
Why, then, don't stand staring as if you was afraid, woman. Who's the wiser? We're not going to pick holes in each other's coats, I suppose.
Oh, no, indeed. We should hope not.
Very well, then. That's enough. Who's the worse for a loss of a few things like this? Not a dead man, I suppose.
Oh, no, indeed.
If he wanted to keep him after he was dead, a wicked old screw, why wasn't he natural in his lifetime? If he had been, he'd have had somebody to look after him when he was struck with death, instead of lying gasping out his last there, all alone by himself.
It's the truest word that ever spoke. It's a judgment on him.
Wish it was a little heavier judgment. And it should have been, you may depend upon it, if I could have laid my hands on anything else. Open that bundle, old Joe. Let me know the value of it. Speak plain. I'm not afraid to be the first, nor afraid for them to see it. We knew pretty well that we were helping ourselves before we met here, I believe. It's no sin. Open the bundle, Joe.
But the gallantry of her friends would not allow of this, and the man in faded black mounting the breach first produced his plunder. It was not extensive. A seal or two, a pencil case, a pair of sleeve buttons, a brooch of no great value were all. They were severally examined and appraised by old Joe, who chalked the sums he was supposed to give for each upon the wall, and added them up into a total when he found there was nothing more to come.
Here's your account. I wouldn't give another sixpence if I was to be boiled for not doing it. Who's next?
Mrs. Dilber was next. Sheets and towels, a little wearing apparel, 2 old-fashioned silver teaspoons, a pair of sugar tongs, and a few boots. Her account was stated on the wall in the same manner.
I always give too much to ladies. It's a weakness of mine. That's the way I ruin myself. That's your account. You asked me for another penny and made it an open question. I'd repent of being too liberal, knock off half a crown.
Now undo my bundle, Joe.
Joe went down on his knees for the greater convenience of opening it, and having unfastened a great many knots, dragged out a large and heavy roll of some dark stuff.
What do you call this? Bed curtains?
Bed curtains.
You don't mean to say you took him down, rings and all, with him lying there?
Yes, I do. Why not?
You were born to make your fortune, and you'll certainly do it.
I certainly shan't hold my hand. when I can get anything in it by reaching out for the sake of a man such as he was. I promise you, Joe. Don't drop that oil on the blankets now.
His blankets?
Whose else's, do you think? He isn't likely to take cold without him, I dare say.
I hope he didn't die of anything catching, eh?
Don't you be afraid of that. I ain't so fond of his company that I'd loiter about him for such things if he did. You may look through that shirt till your eyes ache, but you won't find a hole in it, nor a threadbare place. It's the best he had. And a fine one, too. They'd have wasted it if it hadn't been for me.
What do you call wasting it?
Putting it on him to be buried in, to be sure. Somebody was fool enough to do it, but I took it off again. If calico ain't good enough for such a purpose, it isn't good enough for anything. It's quite as becoming to the body. He can't look any uglier than he did in that one.
Scrooge listened to this dialogue in horror. As they sat grouped about their spoil in the scanty light afforded by the old man's lamp, he viewed them with a disdain and disgust, which hardly had been greater had they been obscene demons marketing the corpse itself.
This is the end of it, you see. He frightened everyone away from him while he was alive, to profit us when he was dead.
Spirit. I see. I see. The case of this unhappy man might be my own. My life tends that way now. Merciful heaven, what is this?
He recoiled in terror, for the scene had changed, and now he almost touched a bed. A bare, uncurtained bed, on which, beneath a ragged sheet, there lay a something covered up, which, though it was dumb, announced itself in awful language. The room was dark, very dark, too dark to be observed with any accuracy, though Scrooge glanced round it in obedience to a secret impulse, anxious to know what kind of room it was. A pale light rising in the outer air fell straight upon the bed, and on it, plundered and bereft, unwatched, unwept, uncared for, was the body of this man. Scrooge glanced towards the phantom. Its steady hand was pointed to the head. The cover was so carelessly adjusted that the slightest raising of it, the motion of a finger upon Scrooge's part, would have disclosed the face. He thought of it, felt how easy it would be to do, and longed to do it, but had no more power to withdraw that veil than dismiss the spectre by his side. O cold, cold, rigid death, sit upon thine altar here, and dress it with such terrors as thou hast at thy command, for this is thy dominion. But for the loved, revered, and honored head, thou canst not turn one hair to thy dread purpose, or make one feature odious. It is not that the hand is heavy and will fall when it is released. It is not that the heart and pulse are still, but that the hand was open, generous and true, the heart brave, warm, and tender, and the pulse a man's. Strike, shadow, strike, and see his good deeds springing from his wound, to sow the world with life immortal. No voice pronounced these words in Scrooge's ears, and yet he heard them when he looked upon the bed. He thought, if this man could be raised up now, what would be his foremost thoughts? Avarice, hard-dealing, griping cares? They have brought him to a rich end, truly. He lay in the dark, empty house with not a man, a woman, or a child to say that he was kind to him in this or that, or for the memory of one kind word, I will be kind to him. A cat was tearing at the door, and there was a sound of gnawing rats beneath the hearthstone. What they wanted in this room of death, and why they were so restless and disturbed, Scrooge dared not think.
Spirit, this is a fearful place. In leaving it, I shall not leave its lessons. Trust me, let us go.
Still the ghost pointed with an unmoving finger at the head.
I understand you, and I would do it if I could. But I have not the power, Spirit. I have not the power.
Again it seemed to look upon him.
If there is any person in the town who feels emotion caused by this man's death, show that person to me, Spirit, I beseech you.
The phantom spread its dark robe before him for a moment like a wing, and withdrawing it, revealed a room by daylight where a mother and her children were. She was expecting someone, and was anxious with eagerness, for she walked up and down the room, started at every sound, looked out from the window, glanced at the clock, tried, but in vain, to work with her needle, and could barely hear the voices of the children in their play. At length the long-expected knock was heard. She hurried to the door, and met her husband, a man whose face was careworn and depressed, though he was young. There was a remarkable expression in it now, a kind of serious delight of which he felt ashamed, and which he struggled to repress. He sat down to the dinner that had been hoarded for him by the fire, and when she asked him faintly what the news, which was not until after a long silence, he appeared embarrassed how to answer.
Is it good or bad?
Adnan, the husband?
Oh, he's so quiet. I think it's bad.
Bad.
Are we quite ruined?
No, there is no hope yet, Caroline.
If he relents, there is. Nothing is past hope if such a miracle has happened.
He is past relenting. He is dead.
She was a mild and patient creature if her face spoke truth. But she was thankful in her soul to hear it, and she said so, with clasped hands. She prayed forgiveness the next moment, and was sorry, but the first emotion was of her heart.
What the half-drunken woman whom I told you of last night said to me, when I tried to see him and obtain a week's delay, and what I thought was a mere excuse to avoid me. Turns out to have been quite true. He was not only very ill, but dying then.
To whom will our debt be transferred?
I don't know. But before that time, we shall be ready with the money. And even though we were not, it would be a bad fortune indeed to find so merciless a creditor in his successor. We may sleep tonight with light hearts, Caroline.
Yes, soften it they would. Their hearts were lighter, their children's faces, hushed and clustered around to hear what they so little understood, was brighter. And it was a happier house for this man's death. The only emotion that the ghost could show him, caused by the event, was of pleasure.
Let me see some tenderness connected with the death. Or that dark chamber, Spirit, which we left just now will be forever present to me.
The ghost conducted him through several streets familiar to his feet. As they went along, Scrooge looked here and there to find himself, but nowhere was he to be seen. They entered poor Bob Cratchit's house, the dwelling he had visited before, and found the mother and the children seated round the fire. Quiet, very quiet, the noisy little Cratchits were as still as statues in one corner, and sat looking up at Peter, who had a book before him. The mother and her daughters were engaged in sewing, but surely they were very quiet.
And he took a child and set him in the midst of them.
Where had Scrooge heard those words? He had not dreamed them. The boy must have read them out, as he and the spirit crossed the threshold. Why did he not go on? The mother laid her work upon the table and put her hand up to her face.
Color hurts my eyes.
The color, oh, poor Tiny Tim.
They're better again. Now, it makes them weak by candlelight, and I won't show weak eyes to your father when he comes home for the world. It must be near his time.
Past it, rather. But I think he has walked a little slower than he used these last few evenings, Mother.
They were very quiet again. At last she said in a steady, cheerful voice that only faltered once,
I have known him walk with Tiny Tim upon his shoulder. Very fast indeed.
So have I. Often.
And
so have I.
So had all.
But he was very light to carry. And his father loved him so that it was no trouble. No trouble. Oh, and there's your father at the door.
She hurried out to meet him, and little Bob and his comforter, he had need of it, poor fellow, came in. His tea was ready for him on the hob, and they all tried who should help him the most. Then the two young Cratchits got on his knees and laid each child a little cheek against his face, as if to say, Don't mind it, father, don't be grieved. Bob was very cheerful with them and spoke pleasantly to all the family. He looked at the work upon the table and praised the industry and the speed of Mrs. Cratchit and the girls. They would have been done long before Sunday, he said.
Sunday? You went today then, Robert?
Yes, my dear. I wish you could have gone. It would have done you good to see how green the place is. But you'll see it often. I promised him that I would walk there on a Sunday. Little child. My little child.
He broke down all at once. He couldn't help it. If he could have helped it, he and his child would have been farther apart, perhaps, than they were. He left the room and went on upstairs into the room above, which was lighted so cheerfully and hung with Christmas. There was a chair sat close beside the child, and there were signs of someone having been there lately. Poor Bob sat down in it, and when he had thought a little and composed himself, he kissed the little face. He was reconciled to what had happened, and went down again quite happy. They drew about the fire and talked. The girls and mother worked still. Bob told them of the extraordinary kindness of Mr. Scrooge's nephew, whom he had scarcely seen but once, and who, meeting him in the street that day, and seeing that he looked just a little down, inquired what had happened to distress him.
On which, for he is the pleasantest spoken gentleman you ever heard, I told him, I am heartily sorry for it, Mr. Cratchit, he said, and heartily sorry for your good wife. But by the by, how he ever knew that, I don't know.
You what, my dear?
That you were a good wife.
Everybody knows that.
Very well observed, my boy. I hope they do. Heartily sorry For your good wife, if I can be of service to you in any way, he said, giving me his card, that's where I live. Pray come to me. Now, it wasn't for the sake of anything he might be able to do for us, so much as for his kind way, that this was quite delightful. It really seemed as if he had known our Tiny Tim and felt with us.
I'm sure he's a good soul.
You would be sure of it, my dear. If you saw and spoke to him, I shouldn't be at all surprised. Mark what I say, if he got Peter a better situation.
We hear that, Peter.
And then Peter will be keeping company with someone and setting up for himself.
Get along with you.
It's just as likely as not. One of these days, though there's plenty of time for that, my dear. But however and whenever we part from one another, I am sure we shall none of us forget poor Tiny Tim, shall we? Or this first parting that there was among us.
Never, Father.
And I know, my dears, that when we recollect how patient and how mild he was, although he was a little child, we shall not quarrel easily among ourselves and forget poor Tiny Tim in doing it.
No,
never, Father.
Never, Father.
I'm very happy. I'm very happy.
Mrs. Cratchit kissed him, and his daughters kissed him, the two young Cratchits kissed him, and Peter and himself shook hands. Spirit of Tiny Tim, the childish essence, was from God.
Spectre. Something informs me that our parting moment is at hand. I know it, but I know not how. Tell me what man that was whom we saw lying dead.
The ghost of Christmas yet to come conveyed him as before, though at a different time, he thought. Indeed, there seemed no order in these later visions, save that they were in the future, into the resorts of businessmen, but showed him not himself. Indeed, the spirit did not stay for anything, but went straight on, as to the end just now desired, until besought by Scrooge to tarry for a moment.
This court, through which we hurry now, is where my place of occupation is, and has been for a length of time. I see the house. Let me behold what I shall be in days to come.
The spirit stopped. The hand was pointed elsewhere.
The house is yonder. Why do you point away?
The inexorable finger underwent no change. Scrooge hastened to the window of his office and looked in. It was an office still, but not his. The furniture was not the same, and the figure in the chair was not himself. The phantom pointed as before. He joined it once again, and wondered why and whither he had gone, accompanied it until it reached an iron gate. He paused to look beyond before entering. A churchyard. Here, then, the wretched man whose name he had now to learn lay underneath the ground. It was a worthy place, walled in by houses, overrun by grass and weeds, the growth of vegetation's death, not life, choked up with too much burying, fat with repleted appetite. A worthy place. The spirit stood among the graves and pointed down to one. He advanced towards it, trembling. The phantom was exactly as it had been, but he dreaded that he saw a new meaning in its solemn shape.
Or I draw nearer to the stone to which you point. Answer me one question. Are these the shadows, the things that will be, or are they shadows of things that may be only?
Still the ghost pointed downward to the grave by which it stood.
Men's courses will foreshadow certain ends, to which, if persevered in, they must lead. But if the courses be departed from, the ends will change. Say it is thus with what you show me.
The spirit was immovable as ever. Scrooge crept towards it, trembling as he went, and following the finger, read upon the stone of the neglected grave his own name, Ebenezer Scrooge.
Am I that man who lay upon the bed?
The finger pointed from the grave to him and back again.
No, spirit! Oh, no! No!
The finger was still there.
Spirit! Hear me. I am not the man I was. I will not be the man I must have been but for this intercourse. Why show me this if I am past all hope?
For the first time, the hand appeared to shake.
Good spirit, your nature intercedes for me and pities me. Assure me that I may yet change these shadows which you have shown me by an altered life.
The kind hand trembled.
I will honor Christmas in my heart and try to keep it all the year. I will live in the past, the present, and the future. The spirits of all three shall strive within me. I will not shut out the lessons that they teach. Oh, tell me that I may sponge away the writing on this stone.
In his agony, he caught the spectral hand. It sought to free himself, but he was strong in his entreaty and detained it. The spirit, stronger yet, repulsed him, holding up his hand in a prayer to have his fate reversed. He saw an alteration in the phantom's hood and dress. It shrunk, collapsed, and dwindled down into a bedpost. Stave 5. The end of it. Yes, the bedpost was his own. The bed was his own. The room was his own. Best and happiest of it all, the time before him was his own to make amends in.
I will live in the past, the present, and the future. The spirits of all three shall strive within me. Oh, Jacob. Jacob Marley, heaven and the Christmas time be praised for this. I say it on my knees, old Jacob, on my knees.
He was so fluttered and so glowing with his good intentions that his broken voice would scarcely answer the call. He had been violently sobbing in his conflict with the spirit, and his face was wet now with tears.
They're not torn down. They're not torn down. Rings and all. They're here. And I'm here. Shadows of the things that would have been may be dispelled. They will be. I know they will.
His hands were busy with his garments all this time, turning them inside out, putting them on, and upside down, tearing them, mislaying them, making them parties to every kind of extravagance.
I don't know what to do.
Laughing and crying in the same breath and making a perfect lacoon of himself with his stockings.
I'm as happy as an angel. I'm as merry as a schoolboy. I am as giddy as a drunken man. A Merry Christmas to everybody! A Happy New Year to all the world! Hello here! Hello!
He had frisked into the sitting room and was now standing there perfectly winded.
There's the saucepan that the grill was in. There's the door by which the ghost of Jacob Marley entered. There's the corner the crystal present sat. There's the window where I saw wandering spirits. It's all right. It's all true. It all happened.
Really, for a man who had been out of practice for so long, it was a splendid laugh. A most illustrious laugh. The father of a long, long line of brilliant laughs.
I don't know what day of the month it is. I don't know how long I've been among the spirits. I don't know anything. I'm quite a baby. Never mind. I don't care. I'd rather be a baby. Hello! Hello here!
He was checked in his transports as the church bells ringing out the lustiest peals he had ever seen. Clash, clang, hammer, ding, dong, bell, bing, bong, ding, hammer, clash. Oh, glorious, glorious. Running to the window, he opened it and put out his hand. No fog, no mist, clear, bright, jovial, stirring, cold, cold piping in for the blood to dance to. Golden sunlight. Heavenly sky, sweet, fresh air. Merry bells. Oh, glorious, glorious.
What's today?
Eh?
What's today, my fine fellow?
Today? What? Christmas Day?
It's Christmas Day. I haven't missed it. The spirits have done it all. The spirits have done it all in one night. They can do anything they like. Of course they can. Of course they can. Hello, my fine fellow.
Hello?
Do you know the poulterers in the next street, but one at the corner?
Well, I shall hope I did.
An intelligent boy, a remarkable boy. Do you know whether they've sold the prize turkey that was hanging up there? Not the prize turkey, the big one.
What, the one as big as me?
Yeah, what a delightful boy. It is a pleasure to talk to you. Yes, my buck.
It's hanging there now.
Is it? Go and buy it.
Are you taking the piss?
No, I am in earnest. Go and buy it, and tell him to bring it here, that I may give him the direction where to take it. Come back with the man, and I'll give you a shilling. Come back with him in less than 5 minutes, I'll give you half a crown.
The boy was off like a shot. He must have had a steady hand at a trigger who could have caught it shot off half so fast.
I'll send it to Bob Cratchit's. He shan't know who sends it. It's twice the size of Tiny Tim.
The hand in which he wrote the address was not a steady one, but write it he did, and somehow, and went downstairs to open the street door, ready for the coming of the poulterer's man. As he stood there waiting his arrival, the knocker caught his eye.
I'll love it as long as I live. I scarcely ever looked at it before. What an honest expression it has on its face. It's a wonderful knocker. Here's the turkey. Hello. How are you? Merry Christmas.
It was a turkey. He never could have stood upon his legs, that bird. He would have snapped him short off in a minute, like stick of sealing wax.
Why, it's impossible to carry that to Camden Town. You must have a cab.
The chuckle with which he said this, and the chuckle with which he paid for the turkey, and the chuckle with which he paid for the cab, and the chuckle with which he recompensed the boy, were only to be exceeded by the chuckle with which he sat down breathless in his chair again, and chuckled till he cried. He dressed himself all in his best, and at last got out into the streets. The people were by this time pouring forth as he had never seen them, with the ghost of Christmas present, and walking with his hands behind him. Scrooge regarded every one with a delighted smile. He looked so irresistibly pleasant, in a word, that 3 or 4 good-humored fellows said, "Good morning, sir. A Merry Christmas to you." And Scrooge said often afterwards that all the blithe sounds he had ever heard, those were the blithest in his ears. He had not gone far when, coming on towards him, he beheld the portly gentleman who had walked into his counting-house the day before and said, "Scrooge and Marley's, I believe." It sent a pang across his heart to think how this old gentleman would look at him when they met, but he knew what path lay straight before him, and he took it.
My dear sir, how do you do? I hope you succeeded yesterday. It was very kind of you. A Merry Christmas to you, sir.
Mr. Scrooge?
Yes, that is my name, and I fear it may be not pleasant to you. Allow me to ask your pardon, and will you have the goodness?
Lord bless me. My dear Mr. Scrooge, are you serious?
Not a penny less. If you please, not a farthing less. A great many back payments are included in it, I assure you. Will you do me that favor?
Oh, my dear sir. I don't know what to say to such a
Don't say anything, please. Come and see me. Will you come and see me?
I will.
Thank you. I am much obliged to you. I thank you 50 times. Bless you.
He went to church and walked the street and watched the people hurrying to and fro, and patted children on their heads and questioned beggars, and looked down into the kitchens of houses and up to the windows, and found that everything could yield him pleasure. He never dreamed that any walk, that anything could have given him so much happiness. In the afternoon he turned his steps towards his nephew's house. He passed the door a dozen times before he had the courage to go up and knock. But he made a dash and did it.
Is your master at home, my dear?
Yes, sir.
Where is he, my love?
He's in the dining room, sir, along with the mistress. I'll show you upstairs, if you please.
Thank you. He knows me. I'll go in there, my dear.
He turned it gently and sidled his face in round the door. They were looking at the table, which was spread out in a great array, for these young housekeepers are always nervous on some points and like to see that everything is right.
Right!
Dear heart alive, how his niece by marriage started. Scrooge had forgotten for the moment about her sitting in the corner with the footstool, or he wouldn't have done it on any account.
What? Bless my soul. Who's that?
It's I, your Uncle Scrooge. I have come to dinner. Will you let me in, Fred?
Let him in. It's a mercy he didn't shake his arm off. He was at home in 5 minutes. Nothing could be heartier. His niece looked just the same. So did Topper when he came. So did the plump sister when she came. So did everyone when they came. Wonderful party, wonderful games, wonderful unanimity, wonderful happiness. But he was early at the office the next morning. Oh, he was early there. If he could have been there first and catch Cratchit coming late, that was the very thing he had set his heart on. And he did it. Yes, he did. The clock struck 9. No Bob. A quarter past. No Bob. He was a full 18 minutes and a half behind his time. Scrooge sat with his door wide open that he might see him come into the tank. His hat was off before he had opened the door, his comforter too. He was on his stool in a jiffy, driving away with his pen as if he were trying to overtake 9 o'clock.
Hello! What do you mean by coming in here at this time of day?
I am very sorry, sir. I am behind my time.
You are? Yes,
It's
I
only
think
one-
you are.
It's only
Step
once a
this
year,
way,
sir.
sir.
It's only once a year, sir. It shall not be repeated. I was making rather
Now,
merry
I'll
yesterday,
tell
sir.
you what, my friend. I am not going to stand this sort of thing any longer. And therefore... I'm about to raise your salary.
Bob trembled and got a little nearer to the ruler. He had a momentary idea of knocking Scrooge down with it, holding him and calling to the people in the court for help in the strait waistcoat.
A Merry Christmas, Bob. A merrier Christmas, Bob, my good fellow that I have given you for many a year. I'll raise your salary and endeavor to assist your struggling family, which we will discuss your affairs this very afternoon over a Christmas bowl of smoking Bishop Bob. Make up the fires and buy another coal scuttle before you dot another I, Bob Cratchit.
Scrooge was better than his word. He did it all, and infinitely more. And to Tiny Tim, who did not die, he was a second father. He became a good friend, as good a master, and as good a man as the good old city knew, or any good old city, town, or borough in the good old world. Some people laughed to see the alteration in him, but he let them laugh, and little heeded them, for he was wise enough to know that nothing ever happened on this globe for good, at which some people did not have their fill of laughter at the outset. And knowing that such as these would be blind anyway, he thought it quite as well that they should wrinkle up their eyes in grins, and have as the malady of the less attractive forms. His own heart laughed, and that was quite enough for him. He had no further intercourse with spirits, but lived upon a total abstinence principle ever afterwards. And it was always said of him that he knew how to keep Christmas well, if any man alive. May that truly be said of us, and of all of us. And so, as Tiny Tim observed, and so as Tiny Tim observed,
God bless us, everyone.
And scene.
Yay! Hey!
Yay! Thoughts for our narrator and Scrooge, who had to read through the entire thing.
Honestly, get some water, guys.
Amazing.
Really.
Clap in the chat. Clap in the chat.
And
donations in the chat.
By all means, donate.
Do it.
Clap by
You're
donate.
absolutely right. I
So
was
many
feeling
people
sad,
need
and then I
help this year,
donated,
and you
and
can
like
help them.
immediate mood
Donate.
improvement.
You know that Scrooge did all those back payments.
Mm-hmm.
That was lovely. Oh,
Wasn't it?
Very well done.
I mean,
everybody.
aside from like all the dark depression stuff that goes on, and like how objectively horrifying it is, yeah. Aside from that, yes, very fun, good stuff. Again, shout out
Good
to everyone
fairy tale.
for their roles. Everyone was absolutely fantastic. The accents, the tension, the improv, the fun. Like, hats off to everyone. Bravo, well done.
Are you taking the piss?
I'm not taking a piss. I'm rocking a piss there, bud.
Rocking a piss there, buddy. Sort yourself out, you know.
Can we get another old Joe reading real quick on something?
Yes.
Old Joe reads Jordan
I can't hear you,
Peterson.
Vera.
God.
Vera, we can't.
She's giving us a great
We
performance.
can't hear you, Vera.
Oh, bloody hell. And now I gotta do it again like I'm on call and you can just summon me up. Be a dancing bloody monkey. Fine.
It's important to have fun.
Thank you very much, chat. Litter Rose, thank you. Orion Send, thank you. You've been chatting a lot. I haven't been able to follow any of it really.
Yes, thank you to everyone who
But-
donated. We appreciate you so much.
Yeah, everyone was really nice. Other than that person at the very beginning, we had a really good chat. So thank you all for being awesome.
Yeah.
Shout out to Mandy for doing a lot in the chat, doing good moderation there.
Bravo,
Mandy. Shout out to the moderators.
You're welcome, dear.
And Mandy and Ren.
Every play needs a nutshell. So thank you.
And thank you to Ren for doing the hosty stuff too.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah.
Ren did very good. Ren, thank you. You dumped me very well. That was
Orion
fantastic.
Send.
It was
in
a
the
pleasure
chat
to dump
says,
you.
Are there going to be?
It's funny because last year we played husband and wife, and this year I dumped you.
Everybody's ats are in the description, but why don't we talk up all our shit? Who wants?
Why don't we do popcorn? So you call somebody, Sarah, and then the next person will call somebody else. As Bothered Boy said, the true anarchist, leftist way. Everybody gets the fair treatment and so
Well,
forth.
then I think it's fair we start with Bothered Boy.
Oh God.
There we go.
Okay. Pressure.
Get
All
'em.
right. Hi everybody. I am Bothered Boy, alleged YouTuber. You can find me at Bothered Boy on like Twitter and Blue Sky and TikTok and stuff like that. Or on TikTok it's Bothered Boy YT because YouTube allegedly. Yeah, I tend to make videos about stuff that bothers me. Tends to be a lot of stuff relating to lack of historical knowledge and social justice related things and news commentary. And when I'm not doing that, I'm helping people put on lovely things like this, which was so much fun. Thank you again to everyone who participated, and thank you to the people who donated. Yeah, I think that's probably about it for me. I'm also a very hungry Bothered Boy right now. All the talk of food started to really make me hungry.
What, you mean all the talk of goose and duck and apples
Pudding.
and oranges and roasting chestnuts?
Stop!
Dickens really did the. Some writers use subtlety. I think they're cowards.
Yeah,
I know writers who use subtext, and they're all cowards.
They're all cowards.
All right, who's
Just like-
next?
Great.
You pick.
You pick.
You pick.
Oh, Ren.
Hi, I'm Ren the Barbarian. I am a YouTuber.
Ren the Barbarian, the YouTuber?
Yes, I am.
Private
I'm Ren the
joke.
Barbarian, the YouTuber. And I make videos about Star Trek and Marvel and a lot of other pop culture things. You can find me. I'm also a writer. I've self-published one novel, and I'm working on a second. You can find me on YouTube, Mastodon, Blue Sky, TikTok, Tumblr, just Instagram, all the ones as Ren the Barbarian. Okay, Kyle, you go.
Hi, I'm Kyle Calgren. You can find me at Kyle Calgren BHH, link in the down there part. I talk about various topics that interest me. I have a lot of videos in my backlog about Shakespeare. I put out a long essay about the movie Network and its legacy. I've been doing this for a long time, and so long that I've forgotten my original brand and just tried to do whatever interests me, which is a rare form of YouTube channel, I know. But that was sarcastic. But anyway, you can find my stuff down there and my Patreon. And if you like this kind of Zoom theater stuff, I've also done Zoom theater with my Zoom theater company, World's Elsewhere Theater Company. If you find us at WATC, we have backlogs of performances of Midsummer, Night's Dream, and Lysistrata and stuff like that. I played Theseus in our Midsummer.
Nice.
Mrs. Cratchit, I'll throw it to you.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Hey everybody, mainly Mandy. You can follow me at mainly Mandy basically everywhere except for X because I deleted my account because I care about myself.
To Elon Musk, the founder of the feast.
The founder of the feast. Indeed.
No.
If I had him here,
Scrooge could change.
I give a piece of my mind to choke on. Sorry. The only X I can
Hey,
have.
that's an
Scrooge does
insult
not
to
deserve
Scrooge.
to be compared to Elon Musk.
Right. But yeah, I have a YouTube channel you can obviously go check out. I'm taking a little bit of a break right now, but we'll be coming back next year with a little bit of a relaunch. I got some new equipment and stuff, so the quality should be a bit better. And yeah, just follow me on my stuff. And if you want to support me on Patreon, that'd be cool. But you don't have to. It's okay. You definitely should donate to the links if you're able to that we have in the chat. Those are the important ones. And I will throw it over to Finn.
Hello. Hi. Yes. So I am formerly Fantastic Mr. Fox, which is still my @ because somebody else, some crypto bro, has Swolsome, but my channel name is Swolsome. That's me. And I talk about lots of queer things. I talk about masculinity. I talk about feelings and stuff, and mostly just leftist topics, trying to make the world a nicer place where people feel happier within it. And this was really fun. This was really delightful. I had a marvelous time. And if you also had a marvelous time, please donate. And if you can't donate, share the links. That is something that everyone can do. So make sure that you share them to your socials. You can find me here on YouTube. I'm also on a break right now because I have school. But come the new year, sometime in January, hopefully, I will be posting again. And I hope to see some of you there. And I am going to pass it off to Sam.
Sorry, unmuting there. Hello, I'm Samantha Duke. I am the Silver Samaritan on YouTube. The word allegedly has been going around. I haven't uploaded in over a year, and I don't know when I will again. But I'm also making music under a name that probably violates the terms of service. More on that later. And that's pretty much it. Go ahead and you can find me as Samantha Duke on Blue Sky, .bsky, etc. And Instagram as the Silver Samaritan or Samantha Duke. That's it. You know, I'm kind of scattered. Okay, and I will pass this off to you know what, Danny?
Okay, hi, Danny. You call yourself a film critic. I'm film critic maybe on most of my platforms. I just talk about film and television, or you can just watch me cynically rant on Twitter if you want to do that. If you're still on there for whatever reason I'm on there. Last thing I did was I did like an hour and 40 long minute, an hour and 40 long, an hour and 40, like 3 AM here. An hour and 40-minute video on Chibnall's Doctor Who, his era, where I mix the positive, though knowing me, it's more negative than I want to admit, but you know. So yeah, I hate trying to promote myself, so I'm going to stop, and I will throw it over to Adnan. Adnan.
Hey, yeah, I'm Adnan. If you type in ODDNON as I am in the chat and YouTube, you'll find me pretty much anywhere. I'm the only person that uses the name. It's a phonetical spelling of my real name because I'm Syrian and nobody can pronounce it. I am a self-published indie comic author who writes a horror comedy book called Horserer about the titular horse sorcerer who brews an evil beer that anyone that drinks it dies and becomes a zombie in his undead army against the T-Rex Executioner over a VHS copy of Top Gun. It's as weird as it sounds, so if you like 1980s horror, you'll love it. I also live stream Adnan as well. and I just wanted to tack on a little thing here. Is just that everybody here is so busy, sans me, and everybody took the time to be here, and I think that is such a wonderful service to everybody. So I just want to give it up to everybody, and that's what I got. So I will switch to Vera.
Hey, my name is Vera Wylde. I have a long list, so I will try and be quick about it. Council of Geeks is the most frequently updated stuff. The YouTube channel is the main thing. I'm not going to put allegedly. It's my full-time job, so stuff goes up there on a pretty regular basis. Currently doing Doctor Who related stuff because there's new stuff coming out on that, but I talk about queer topics fairly regularly and whatever is bugging me, and occasionally what brings me joy. I can actually be positive now and then. It's hard sometimes, but I try. I also stream on Twitch Wednesdays and Fridays, and if you look for Council of Geeks, most social media apps, you'll find me there. So that's for the geeky stuff. The spicy stuff is under Vera Wylde. Wylde is spelled Wylde, and you can find there is a YouTube channel updated way less frequently, but regular posts on Twitter. I will not call it anything else. On Twitter, on Blue Sky, another place that's exclusively for enthusiasts. Also on TikTok, I'm on my third account. I've been banned twice. I'm also a self-published author. I have 3 self-published works. I have a autobiographical self-help book called Skirting Gender. I have a 2-act play called When She Wakes, and those published with Vera Wylde as the author. And I have a fantasy novel called Dreams of Fire, which is an electro-punk chase story, basically. And that's published with Nathaniel Wayne listed as the author. And if you don't feel like putting money into Amazon's pocket, those can be acquired through Ingram, which means your local library or bookstore can get them. There you go. I think Josh is the only one left.
I am all alone here at the end, but it's okay. I am never
Last
alone.
but not least.
Over on Muppet Sex and Trauma, which is what the podcast that I co-host with Sarah. We're watching Farscape. Sarah has seen all of Farscape. I haven't seen anything other than what we've watched together. And we go along and have wacky, zany adventures and occasionally deep philosophical discussions about each one of the episodes. Muppet Sex and Trauma, find us over on YouTube, along with various other platforms, usually linked in all of our videos. And I believe I'll send it back over to our host.
Yeah, Josh frequently blows my brain with the big brain ideas. And several of the folks here have guested on Muppet Sex and Trauma.
And watch our episodes.
And we'll be coming back again, just saying.
Yes, Mandy is up for the first one returning after the Christmas break. Though we still have...
I'm so excited.
Can I drop something real quick?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I believe Adam kind of dipped out, and I don't want to give up the ghost here. But that new set, you're going to be seeing probably pretty soon.
Mm-hmm.
Wink. So that was a little Easter egg. That's all.
Yeah, I want to shout out the awesome folks who had to dip. So yeah, there's Adam, whose channel is Anarchy Funhouse. And
so
I mean, we had someone, it's the Christmas Carol, so we had someone who works with Muppets.
I think Adam changed the name of their channel to just their name now. I think it's Adam Fellows.
Okay, thank you, Mandy.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, that is true.
Adam's
Yep.
going to be has a new show that's going to be coming out on that channel soon, and it's going to be really good. So yeah.
I'm not saying that I'm a part of it in help, but you might see an errant person.
And we had Ali Noddy, who developed the ALIA test for judging Indigenous representation. And their channel is Ali Needy. And we had Foreign Man in a Foreign Land, who, seriously, if you don't watch Foreign, what are you doing with your life?
Fix your life.
The man is
He's a pro.
sunshine.
Amazing.
He is just liquid sunshine.
Big ups to me, brethren.
Most wholesome, I don't even know how to say it, just incredibly wholesome human.
Yeah.
Speaking of wholesome humans, also Jessie.
Yes, also
Yeah.
Jessie. And if you don't know Jessie, then you need your head examined because
Yeah, if you're here and you don't know Jessie,
She's
that's
kind of a
confusing.
big deal.
Yeah.
I'm not saying
And the one thing I forgot to plug, because I'm used to plugging on my stuff on the actual podcast stream. If you want to hear me drag Jesse down a few pegs, you can check out the Council of Geeks podcast feed. In the backlog, we covered Farscape. We had to pause covering Babylon 5 while the strike was going on. But we covered The Prisoner. That will be wrapping up recently. We recorded it. It hasn't released yet. But we'll be back onto Babylon 5 again in the new year.
Yeah. And then we also had Bellamy, who is the background producer on a remarkable number of your favorite YouTubers, and just an all-around really awesome person.
Bellamy, just like, if there's basically anything that you've watched in this kind of like circle, there's a pretty massive, like, I would say like over 80% chance that there was some conversation or read over or direct involvement. I mean, Bellamy is,
Big community
It was
organizer. And also Zilla, who has
And
like a
also
dip.
Zilla.
Yes.
Yes, I'm about to mention Zilla.
Yeah. Zilla, who helped mod and runs a community that a bunch of us get to know each other through. So, yeah, we love Zilla, and that's Zilla's Athenaeum. Don't ask me how it's spelled.
Zilla.
Yeah.
At ZYLLA.
No, that bit I know how to spell. It's the an Athenaeum bit that I never.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I have no clue.
Oh, ATHENAENUM.
Well done.
Oh my God, I'm a writer by
Very
trade.
nice.
There's no,
Spelling bee.
there's no way I would have got that.
I
have
am a
Zilla's
nerd.
You
channel.
just have to remember it's named after
bookmarked.
Athena, so you
Because I can
start
never
there.
spell
Most
it.
people can spell Athena.
Finn's like, I wasn't gonna try, so just hit the hard
I
button.
just have a bookmark. Nope, I'm not.
Easier, yeah.
I don't. This doesn't spell good. That's
See, I work harder, Finn works smarter.
What's the internet for?
Now we're clearly seeing who are the
Ren said
sensible
it best.
gays and who are the disaster buys.
Ren did say it though. She said, just basically what is it like Athena with an EUM at the end. There you go.
There we go.
that helps. That helps. I can't spell beautiful without Bruce Almighty in my mind. So like that really helps. Thank you for that.
Hey,
Tricks of the trade, baby.
Mine are all like the simple ones. Is like commit is like I somehow like I majored in English. I didn't graduate, but like I've written my whole life, and like those words like commit, where it's like is it 2 M's or 2 T's, or like those kinds of words, and then the ones that change because English is bad, where like sometimes it has one, and then sometimes it has I don't know. Yeah.
English
Don't get me started on
I
occasion.
feel you is my point.
Narcissism. Just give up now.
Yeah.
I don't know how many C's and X's are in that damn thing.
Unfortunately, I know how to spell that.
I can never remember if it's an A or an E and separate.
Narcissism thinks it's the most
One
important
C,
word in the dictionary.
3 S's.
There we go. Our dad joke, man.
And you know, gullible is even in the dictionary.
We keep having dad
Really?
jokes. Good lord.
Is it really not? Oh, I fell for it.
I get paid to be calm.
Merry Christmas.
Maybe like just
so sorry.
hammered me
Never just
into
tell him
dust.
this is
Whoa, we're
silly.
getting
What
hammered
death is
now?
on the line?
That was so
Oh my
pure.
lord.
I heard that.
So my stuff, this is my channel, the Fat Culture Critic. Although I couldn't change the it's still Costume Codex because from when I did costumey stuff, but costume analysis stuff. But I just haven't been into that. I make videos about things that I'm inspired by. So I am the Fat Culture Critic. I talk about fat studies stuff sometimes. I also talk about my interest is like how marginalized people are represented. And I am a Middle Eastern person. I'm Egyptian. And the last month and a bit has been fucking hard, I think, for all Indigenous people. And I know from Zilla's case that it's very hard for a lot of Jewish people. And I really appreciate that. I don't know how much we've raised tonight, but I'm sure we've raised something. And so we've been able to
definitely
make something good to hopefully help some kids and just combat the darkness that things have been, which is I think part of why this story resonates with me is, because it's about turning things around and doing differently and finding the way, even as it's, ridiculously overwritten, because fucking Dickens has never made a never met a sentence he didn't want to multiply.
At Dickens' head.
And for all the intercourse with spirits.
Oh yeah.
One
It
of the
meant
things
something different in the 19th century.
For Jacob Marley.
We know when we don't care. It's funny.
Okay.
I would like to just add briefly is that there is kind of like a unique group of people here. Sans myself, I'm just not on YouTube yet, but this is a very unique group of people that really does, and including the people that left, highlight a lot of blind spots for people. As a fat person myself, I started watching a lot of SARS content a while ago, and that really helped me kind of start to learn and work through my stuff. Same with polyamory from Andy, or some indigenous stuff between Ali and Bothered Boy talking about it, or men's issues that Finn talks about from time to time on Swolesome. Just everybody does a lot of really great content that highlights a lot of things that even if you're already solidly in the sphere, is kind of tertiary to the overall point, because they're all incredibly important to having a rounded understanding. And I think that that's what makes it really cool. So just make sure that you kind of reach out, through follows and watching videos, because I was kind of already in the zone and learned a ton. We all have blind spots, and so I think it's really valuable to highlight those. One of my big ones, just to call it out, is polyamory, and mainly Mandy had a great video on polyamory with a lot of great guests. Sarah did a really good video on the whale that really kind of blew my mind open on that stuff. Finn had a video both on just trans lives and a lot of masculinity topics that don't shy away from talking about the things that do affect men. Bothered Boy had one that I consulted the script on about indigenous lives. And there's many more. I don't want to take up too much time, so forgive me if I didn't call anybody out specifically. Those are just the ones on the top of my head, but everybody here does a lot of that work. So I think it's important just to kind of call that out and say it's a little more than follow so and so, follow so and so. There's a lot of important work that's going around that deserves a lot of attention. And as somebody that's just not in the sphere that everybody else is, kind of outside looking in, that's the experience that I have. So I would love for other people to get that education and get that perspective.
You're not outside.
Yeah, you're in it.
Let's say you're part of this group.
You're part of the Cool Kids Club.
I just mean
You
not
can't-
being on
I mean-
YouTube. That's all I meant.
And it's
Okay,
about
fair
that
enough. I was going to say, you're here. I'm going to drag you in kicking and screaming if I have to.
One of us.
One of us.
Finn, I would say you and Foreign are probably the only two people that could lift me, so I'll take that. And I say that with love for myself.
All right.
That sounds like a challenge.
I like the knuckle crack. That really.
You're
sold
gonna
me.
own the barbarian label, and you're just gonna what?
Just Fireman carry.
So I believe
it's I gotta get.
We have a request. If people donate, if people give us some more donations right now, we're going to demonstrate some bits of Dickens with ridiculous accents.
Ridiculous.
Ridiculous. Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, ones that don't
Ridiculous.
fit.
Right.
You guys have fun
I'm
with
so
that?
sorry, y'all. I actually have to go. It's getting late, and I have to go back to work tomorrow. I got to get
I
up at
also have
6
to
a.m.
slide out.
Yeah, no, I
I'm
got it.
You
sorry,
guys,
Mr.
totally
Fully
get it.
Offense.
Make that money.
delightful human beings.
No. But thank
Sarah,
you
the
all
host.
so much. This was a lot of fun. Sarah, thank you so much for having me again this year. And I hope to do it again next year. I'll see you all soon. And everybody that's watching, please donate. I just put the links in the chat yet again. So do it or else. I mean, if you can, obviously. If you
Everything
can.
Mandy
Pay
said.
rent.
Sarah,
But,
Sarah,
yeah.
thanks for putting this together. You're all delightful human
It was
beings.
a pleasure seeing you again, Mandy.
Yeah,
Hi, guys.
wonderful.
Good night,
Mandy. Thank
Bye,
you,
Mandy.
everybody. Bye.
Oh, did
There were
Josh leave as
9.
well?
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Then there were 8.
he didn't. He got called last, and he snuck out. We didn't even get to like put him on the spot by like showering him with affection. Unfortunately, I also have to go because I have to be up for work in the morning, and I have to be in bed right now. But this was
Yeah,
awesome.
I also
This
need to get
was.
going soon.
Yeah.
Get your handsome rest.
Oh well, thank you. Thank
Finn,
you.
I'm giving you psychic hugs.
Yes.
My heart.
I'm also giving you psychic hugs. I like this. I like this like just.
Yeah. It gives the
I
space.
think we all could use a hug right now.
Yeah.
Yep, everybody hug. Everyone get it. But thank you all, fellow cast, and Sarah, thank you so much for hosting this again this year. Really, really glad that I was able to actually partake and not just like lie there in a fever haze like last year. So that was a lot of fun. And thank you, chat, for partaking. Thank you, mods, for modding chat. And yeah, I will see you all again. And dog bless us, everyone.
Yes, dog bless us, everyone.
Dog bless us,
us.
everyone.
Perfect.
Thank you.
I also likewise have to get going, but I did want to actually read the Christmas poem for folks. So while we're waiting for donations to roll in,
Okay.
Go
shall we
first,
do
then.
that? Okay.
All right.
Yes.
I just wanted to check that that's okay with everybody.
Go for it.
All right. So I wrote this when I was about 16 or 17. I'm not sure, but I have the notes to show that this was very crass. So sorry for demonetizing your channel. But here we go. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and boy was it neat. The party had ended, and we were all beat. The doors were all bolted, we closed all the blinds. 'Twas time for some rest, so that we could unwind. The frat bros were sleeping all snug in their beds, while Jay and I drew phallic shapes on their heads. With Tom watching TV while dressed like the Pope, he blessed our good ganja to make holy dope. When out on the lawn there arose such a cry, we thought we were hearing things since we were high. Up to the window I sprang like an elf, tore back the shade while Steve puked on himself. The moon on the crest of the snowman we'd built showed a broom up his ass, clean up to the hilt. When what to my wondering eyes should appear but a rusty old sleigh and 9 mangy reindeer. With a fat little driver half out of his sled, a sock in his ear, and a bra on his head. Sure as I'm speaking, he was high as a kite, and he yelled to his team, but it didn't sound right. Whoa, shithead! Whoa, asshole! Whoa, stupid! Whoa, putz! Either slow down this rig or I'll cut off your nuts! Look out for the lamppost and don't hit the tree! Quit shaking the sleigh, 'cause I gotta go pee! They cleared the old lamppost, the tree got a rub, just as Santa leaned out and threw up on the shrub. And then from the roof we heard such a clatter, as each little reindeer now emptied its bladder. I was donning my jacket to cover my ass when down the chimney Santa came with a crash. His suit was all smelly with perfume galore. He looked like a bum, and he smelled like a whore. That was some brothel, he said with a smile. The reindeer have pooped, I'll just stay here a while. He walked to the kitchen and grabbed a cold drink, then whipped out his pecker and peed in the sink. I started to laugh. The girl smiled with glee. The old boy was hung nearly down to his knee. Back to the den, Santa reached in his sack, but the toys were all gone, and some new things were packed. The first thing he found was a pair of fake tits. The next thing to come was a dildo that spits. A box full of G-strings was Santa's next find, and a 6-pack of beer, the Canadian kind. An AK from Russia, a 12-inch knife blade, and other such things like a gardening spade. This stuff ain't for kids, the missus will kill me, so I'll leave him here and you can just bill me. He filled every stocking and then took his leave with a 12-gauge shotgun tucked under his sleeve. He sprang to his sleigh, but his feet were like lead, thus he fell on his ass and broke wind instead. He swore like a sailor and cussed like a cook. We laughed and we howled till he shot us a look. He said as he sat and took the reins off the hitch, "Take me home, Rudolph, this night's been a bitch." Merry Christmas, everybody.
Now, like claps.
That's Christmas in Canada? Because it sounds like Christmas in Texas.
To the
That's kind
hilt,
of the vibe.
The hilt, that's kind of unreasonable, I feel like.
We were eager beavers back then. What can I say?
Yeah, you know, it's all phases, right?
Yeah, I like recently found that like 2 years ago when like moving and going through old papers. I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe like I still held on to this. And so yeah, little insight into like 16 or 17-year-old me's mind. And like I don't even remember when I did it, but like I showed like the original page on screen earlier. It's all written in red ink, meaning that like I did this when I was at school and probably should have been like marking or editing, but I just like whipped it together using like the only pen that I had, which was not black or blue or even a pencil. So it means I definitely did this in class and was not paying attention to whatever the teacher was saying. Well, what can I say? The gods just flowed through me. The creativity just flowed out.
The writing was good, you know, as
the cosmic muse.
Sar's like my channel is forever tainted by that.
We'll get you remonetized. Don't worry.
You can always censor it in post.
Yeah, there we go. Just like bleep the entire thing. It's just like it's like
Yeah.
3 minutes of me being like.
This
I didn't realize my mic was off, but yeah.
Okay, so there we go.
I didn't realize that my mic was off when Bothered Boy, you were saying that you were like writing during class, and the voice of God just spoke through you. You know,
yeah.
Like
The muse.
I was reminded of Rafi Kavukian when he said this: "You got to sing when the Spirit says sing."
There you go.
No, we should be fine because this stream I turned monetization off because I didn't want any ads.
Yeah.
Purity.
But with that, I'm gonna call it a night because it is 10:35, and like everybody else, I do have work in the morning. So yeah, this was so much fun. Zara, thank you again. This was an absolute delight. Hats off to everyone involved. Y'all nailed your parts. This was super fun and has definitely helped put me more into the Christmas spirit. So thank you, everybody. Thank you to people in chat for donating.
You were going
Love
to
y'all.
give us your Canadian Cratchit.
Oh god.
yeah.
Right. Okay, all right. Quickly, let me find.
Bob Cratchit from Letterkenny.
Should I just like improv something, or like is there a specific line?
Just improv it.
Improv it. We'll call this
Okay,
the end
all
of the
right.
stream.
So you can just go, yeah.
Okay, all right. Oi, Mr. Scrooge, it's only once a year there, bud. Why are you fucking robbing my tits on this so hard?
Brilliant. It's a poor's
Wish you weren't
excuse
so
is to pick a
fucking
man's
greedy,
box
bud.
at every 21st of December's is 25th of December's is.
Oi, buddy, this grog is like a canoe. It's fucking close to water, eh? My people are beautiful people. Just kidding, we're not. But anyway.
We are incredibly passive aggressive as well.
Yes.
Oh,
But
Oh,
again,
Canada.
good night. Yeah. Oh, Canada.
Indeed.
Good night, everybody. This was super fun. Merry Crimbo.
love.
Thank you, chatters. Thank you, donators.
Big love.
And love. Everybody have a fantastic week.
You as well.
And I
Thank you.
think we're
Bye.
gonna end the stream on that performance because I don't think anybody
Oh,
want
why?
to try
It's
and
only
outdo
No.
that.
Half hours.
It's only
I
started.
think we could go all night.
Yeah.
May I just have like a message?
Oh please.
Go for it.
Yes.
Well, we have a few people out there. Anything you can do for these causes,
Yeah.
do your research, but $1, I don't think that people feasibly understand like how much even just $1 means. And so anything that you can do. These are two I'm not familiar, but I know that Sarah vets very, very well Noor on the Ko-Fi link. I know of them. But even $1, $5 is like literally the difference between eating one day or for a few days and not. Any single thing you can do, sharing, not just this stream, but any cause, You don't have to be a certain thing. You don't have to have a message, like literally just retweeting, posting it on Discords. That is like what matters. So anything you can do,
and
even if it's not monetarily.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be your money. You can also be decisive about where not to spend your money. I would highly recommend checking out the BDS movement. It's boycott, divestment, and sanctions. And your attention is worth a lot, and your body is worth so much on that picket line.
Yeah.
So
there have been Palestinians that have said, and I'm not speaking for me because I'm Syrian, but like from the people that I know there, from things that I've seen, they say like it's difficult, it's emotionally draining, but they want eyes on it because that's what gets. During
the revolution, my cousins were in Tahrir Square, and they told me afterwards that my cousin Hazim said that being able to go online and see that people were paying attention felt like we were there with him, and he was running a clinic in the middle of a revolution in the middle of Tahrir Square, and it kept him going. So, yeah, you think your attention, everybody thinks, I don't know enough, I can't speak enough, and just...
Then don't speak, just share.
Yeah, don't speak, lift up.
Yeah.
And just say Free Palestine, because,
With causes like these, it's easy to feel disheartened and get sad and tired of seeing all the horribleness and just feel like giving up. But that's what they want. They want you to feel that burnout, and they want you to give up and stop paying attention so that they can keep on. And the only way that we can fight this effectively is to stay with it, to keep going, to never give up hope.
Yeah. That's if you're in an occupation like that, which I've never experienced.
No.
Is just there's the hopelessness is the point of an occupation like that. And your strength, your emotional energy, your spoons, if you have them, for my fellow spoonies out there, taking that time, you don't have to witness atrocities, but just taking that time to retweet, share around and stuff like that is like, I don't know how to say it without sounding hyperbolic, but as Ren said, and as Sarah has said, and multiple other people have said, it's literally the difference between life and death. It's so easy to succumb to the hopelessness, and to see that other people are giving you strength simply through recognizing your humanity can be such a boon to a movement. And I'm going to shut up after that.
And there's one thing that we must not do. I'd ask you, don't confuse Jewish people with Israel. Don't engage in anti-Semitism, because it gives aid and comfort to the enemy, because Netanyahu and his nationalists rely on the narrative that it is the only safe place. So one of the things you can do to help Palestine the most is make sure that Jewish people are safe everywhere else.
Well said.
It's even something you can really combat on social media, because unfortunately, while it has happened that I've seen even like nominally leftist people conflate Israel Zionism with Judaism and Jewishness, and basically go towards anti-Semitic crap, and you should call it out at every single point. Because outside the fact that, Israel uses it as a weapon to justify what they do, as Sarah said, you're making people you may know feel isolated and hurt and feel it justifies the narratives coming around. And the last thing you should do is isolate anyone, because this should be any kind of bigotry that we should fight against Islamophobia, against anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's as simple as seeing something that's being spread around, because there's a lot of stuff being spread around, and just saying like, this is bullshit, stop saying stuff like this.
Incredible.
Can I say something about hopeless?
Yes, please, Kyle.
Something about hopelessness. I'm tying it back to the play the story we just performed. Scrooge starts out hopeless. The story. He has isolated himself. He has just cut himself off from everyone else in his life, including his only living relative, his nephew, probably because he blames him for killing his sister by being born. And he's just had years and years and years of feeling hopeless and powerless, despite having all the power, way more power than so many other people in London at the time. He just has succumbed to living in himself, as solitary as an oyster, is the line.
Mm-hmm.
Clammed up, literally. And that's why this story lives on. It shows that you can always open up. Everything that's once closed can be opened. And you always do have the power to change things. Always.
Yeah.
For the better. So, Sarah, again, thank you for setting this up. Thank you for doing this every year. And thank you for trusting me with the role of Scrooge, which is overwhelming.
I knew you could do it.
You did it really well.
You're incredible.
I'm tired.
You lived in that skin, so.
Yeah. Actually, Michael Caine has a great VHS. Had a great VHS going around of him basically giving a lecture to a bunch of acting students, and it's the best acting advice I've ever heard. Don't think that you're acting just when you say your lines. It's when you're not saying your lines, you're always thinking about what you're going to say next. So just thinking those thoughts and going on the emotional journey that Scrooge goes through. I'm sleepy. I think that's what I'm trying to say.
I think we're all like right at that
Yeah.
cusp there. So.
I'm hungry.
But again,
I'm so hungry.
Again, give anything you can. It really matters so much, and especially in this season. So,
Yeah.
Wow, thank you so much for
Well, stories
doing this. Y'all
are-
were amazing.
I think
You were
in the
amazing.
spirit of Terry Pratchett, stories are. It's not. I want to find the quote, but stories don't just give meaning to the world. Stories are what tell us how to be human, how to be the place where the falling angel meets the rising ape. We tell ourselves the little lies of Father Christmas and all these things so that we can practice and learn to believe the big lies. Justice, hope, truth. Because we have to believe in them to make them happen. So, this story is a really good one to teach us how to be human. That was from the
Hell yeah.
Hogfather, and I messed up because I don't have it perfectly memorized. So just read the Hogfather.
Ugh, might as well just delete the whole stream now. You ruined it.
You ruined
How
everything.
dare you?
All right, y'all.
So with that, I want food. And some folks need sleep. So thank you, thank you. We love you all, and I love all of you.
We do. And happy holidays.
Did you have
Thanks.
Samantha? Did you have a final thing?
You know what? I can't really match anything that's been said. Like, it is all there already. But yeah.
Okay.
Plus, I'm very tired.
And that's enough.
Yeah.
I'm actually sick. I don't usually sound this gravelly.
Yo, same. But I mean,
Yeah.
take it over.
Oh my God! And you're in like what time zone? My God, you must be exhausted.
GMT. I am really caffeinated, but I will probably crash in like 20 minutes. I don't know.
All right.
I'm gonna
All right,
end the
y'all.
stream.
Everybody
Okay.
have a
Radical
wonderful
hope,
night.
everyone.
God bless us, everyone.
Radical hope.
God bless.
Night.